Ho, 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 and happy holidays, everyone. Welcome to the Old Card Shop Holiday Special Call-In Show, whatever you want to call it. But how's everyone doing tonight? Hopefully you guys are doing well. We're going to just start off the stream and kind of let people get a chance to come in and start kind of get things rolling. But hopefully you're all doing well tonight and you're all having a good holiday season. This is going to be kind of a stream that's going to both celebrate people who are here live and people who aren't able to be here live. So even if you're watching this back after the fact, don't worry. There's still going to be some goodies left for you. We're going to have a giveaway in this video. It's going to go out after the video goes live, though, so it'll be especially fruitful for you if you're here because you'll be able to participate in what goes in the giveaway, basically. But after the fact, you'll still have a chance at winning an equal chance as everyone who's in the stream. So we're going to do something fun during the course of this stream where we build a mystery pack for one lucky viewer that we'll send out with the help of our guests. So I have a ton of different products just laid out here, a bunch of just random kind of modern stuff and little knickknacks and things. And the viewers are going to help us. The call-in guests are going to help us, and we're going to send it out to someone for the holiday season. So it should be pretty fun. What's up, everyone? I see a lot of folks in the chat, and I want to say thanks for coming in. A lot of good friends and a lot of legends, as it were. So if you see, or if you have any Christmas stories that you want to call out or any Pokemon Christmas stories, we're going to kind of focus on the holidays this stream. I'm not going to talk about any market talk really, but we're going to talk about like Christmas and Pokemon and how that relates to all of us. And hopefully we'll see some good friends. So I'll kind of start off the stream and tell one of my favorite holiday Christmas stories because it kind of helped get me into the hobby. And I've told the story before in little pieces, but it'll give me a chance to kind of tell it in full and it'll get kind of us into the holiday spirit, I feel like. But yeah, if you guys have any holiday stories or Christmas stories, leave a comment down below if you're listening to this, or tell us in the chat. Love to hear something that brought you closer to Pokemon, or something just that brought you closer to your family that Pokemon was involved with, maybe. So I particularly enjoy the holidays with Pokemon because it's actually when I got into Pokemon, really got heavily into it, because I remember the first Christmas that it was Super Smash Brothers was releasing, and Pokemon had already been out for a few sets. The whole base set, Fossil, Jungle, Rocket, that had all been out. But the Neo sets were just releasing, and it was at the same time that those Razor scooters were just coming out. And so I vividly remember the Christmas Pokemon came to my life big time. Like, I was into it a little bit before, for sure, but like I remember the Christmas I got really into it because it was also corresponding with the first Christmas that I got like my first taste at real sealed product. Now, it wasn't sealed product. I didn't get a whole booster box, but I got close to it. My cousin and I, who were both around the same age, my mom and her mom got together and split a first edition Neo Genesis booster box, and we both got 18 booster packs put into our stockings. And so the same Christmas that Super Smash Brothers came out, those Razor scooters were all the rage back, in the early 2000s, and Pokemon was also pretty hot. I remember getting 18 booster packs of Neo Genesis first edition packs, and it was just really a pretty exciting moment for me. So we opened those up and we played. My whole family played Pokemon. We learned how even my mom and my aunt learned how to play the game. And I still have all of the cards that we opened up from that day in this binder here. I didn't ever complete the set, obviously, because I wasn't into completing sets, but all of those cards that I pulled were in the binder here. And I have a bunch of extras too, but I've since kind of lost or gotten rid of. Just the ones in the binder, the only ones I got. Looking back on it, we got eight hollows. So I got 8 hollows, and I know my cousin got some too, but that was pretty good for, I think I got the heavier side of the box, it seemed like. But these are all my first edition Neo cards, and it's the only set that first edition that I collect because I don't really care about the first edition stamp. But this particular one, it was what I got when I was actually younger, so it always kind of meant more to me, that particular set. So that's sort of my that's my particular like Christmas story for Pokemon. And ever since after that time, I kind of got the itching for wanting more and more packs, so I'd start saving up my money and buying booster boxes. I wouldn't split it with my cousin anymore. I just save up after like a birth. My birthday is in January, so it was always right after Christmas. So I'd be able to save up like my Christmas money and my birthday money and be able to get booster boxes or bigger things or whatever it was. So I always like the holidays with Pokemon. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Let's look at the chat. Let's see who's here. Now that I'm done, reminiscing about the past and Pokemon. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's go up to the top. Let's go Northwoods. Hello, everyone. I think this is right before the stream, too. Terry, what's going on, Terry? Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Happy holidays to you and yours. Hope you guys are doing well. This is pretty much an open invite to a lot of people. If you want to come on and say happy holidays or something, this is a call-in show. I sent a bunch of invites out to a bunch of friends, but you're all friends as far as I'm concerned. So hit my DMs or hit my the Discord. You can join the Discord down below in the comment section or the description. Why do I always say comment section with that? But I'd love to hear from you guys too. What's going on? Leaf Green Goblin, good to see you. How's it going? Happy holidays. Ponga, good to see you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you coming by. How's it going? How's it going? Logan, how's it going? Thanks for coming by. Happy holidays to you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hey, Mr. Walrus, who's this guy? I think I've heard of you before, but regardless, I hope you're not some sort of internet troll, but welcome to the channel, as long as you're not an internet troll. Even if you are, welcome to the channel. Just kidding. Good to see you, Walrus. How you doing, buddy? Shiny Puppet, let's go. Hello, welcome. Happy holidays. And what do I think of a double question here right off the bat? What do you think about the advent calendar? I haven't actually done the advent calendar yet. I don't typically do those. I always get into it late. So like by the time you would start an advent calendar, you're like halfway through the month. I'm just like, I'll start it next year. And then next year rolls around and I'm like a little bit farther through the month before I remember. So I didn't do it, but it's kind of cool that they have individual stamps. I'm interested to see what would happen with the graded copies of PSA 10, specifically of those, because I know terrible quality on the advent calendars, and there's going to be PSA 10 collectors of certain species. You know the drill. I wonder if those command a premium. That's where my mind always goes, because I'm a flipper dipper and all that stuff for the most part. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Northwoods is here. How's it going? Welcome. How's it going, man? Thanks for coming through. Yeah, we'll see. A lot of our friends here have gotten an invite, so we'll see probably some people coming through. Hopefully, Northwoods will be able to come through. Don't be afraid, everyone. The Grinch hat is just for show. I'm not a holiday Grinch, not this year at least. That's what my fiance used to call me. She used to say I was a Grinch occasionally because I've been known around the holidays to potentially have a little Grinchish personality, but not anymore. He says, let go of emotions, sell the binder, talking about my Neo binder. No, that binder, it's all beat up anyway. Nobody would want those, even though they're first edition. Maybe some people want them because they're first edition. Isn't it funny how like a little first edition stamp can change people's total perception on cards here? I think it's kind of wild. So yeah, it's like you don't want it if it's not first edition, but then it's first edition, you do want it. It's kind of crazy. Maybe other people don't agree with that. What are we shilling and collecting? Well, I don't know. I guess I'm anti-shilling first editions, so I'm shilling unlimiteds, you could say, maybe because I'm like, I hold a large amount of unlimited and I'm trying to shill it so I can unload that on my unwitting audience. I could say, check out unlimited pop reports. There's some of them are so low compared to first edition, like the Lapras in no, don't, I can't even pretend that. No, that's I'm joking, folks. How's everyone doing though? So let's see, Leaf Green. I'm with people, but one day my face will grace this holly. Ah, yes. Well, one day, Leaf Green. I appreciate you. I appreciate you stopping in anyway. Danazar TCG, happy holidays. Wow, that was weird. Happy holidays. Hope you can't having a good one. If you feel like popping on, I forgot to send you an invite. You were definitely one of the ones I meant to before. So feel free to hit my DMs on the Discord or anywhere, the IG, wherever, if you want to pop on. We're going to see some friends tonight. Retrospect said he's going to come on. I know he hasn't been on the channel very often. He's one of the ghosts of the channel, as it were. No, we just saw him a couple days ago, but I'm curious to see how he's doing today. A little closer to the holidays now. So tell me, chat, how is all of your holiday season going? And tell me what you're doing tonight. And if you're having some fancy holiday meal, I want to know what's your favorite. I asked Retro this, but what's your favorite holiday meal? If you could ask for any holiday meal to eat around Christmas, the end of the year, whatever you celebrate, one single meal you would want to have with your friends and family, what would it be? Retro said it was prime rib for him, and I didn't. I think I said it would probably be like turkey for me. I stand by that. I'm a big turkey guy. But tell me in the chat, what do you guys think? What's your favorite holiday meal? Is it turkey? Is it ham? Is it prime rib? Is it crab? Maybe it's like tamales. I know some people do tamales around the holidays instead of like that kind of prime rib situation. Does anyone do like barbecue? I bet you Dan does barbecue around the holidays. There's some people out there in like the South that do barbecue. But tell me what your seasonal or your regional holiday special dish is. I want to know. I know people up here in Northern California, instead of doing they do the traditional stuff, of course, the turkey, the ham, the Thanksgiving type-esque meals, but also on Christmas. But then they also, because crab is in season this time of year, Dungeness crab, they'll usually do steamed crab or crab legs or something like that, basically. So I might do crab cakes as like an appetizer because it does sound pretty delicious. Okay, let's see. Hey, what's going on? I'm seeing some new people coming in. Thanks so much for popping in. Old school. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And if I don't see you or hear from you before this or after this, Happy New Year. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, let's see. It looks like Northwoods, he is smoking a brisket for Christmas. See, I knew there would be some people out there who do something other than traditional. And it's not just the people in the South. So that's good to know. Walrus calling Nick saying to jump in. Yeah, Nick's got to get in here before he starts his eBay live, right? He's got to be somewhere pretty stat. He's got some cards to sell. Oh, Christmas morning breakfast and brunch. That is a pretty good one. My family would always do homemade McMuffins, like basically egg McMuffins that you would get almost like at McDonald's, but homemade instead. And they would do those in mass. Like they do the English muffins in the oven. They do them all at the same time. They do like the bacon in the oven beforehand too, so it's really easy to do. Then they throw like a piece of American cheese, and they do a fried egg on each one, and then throw the American cheese on it. It was like wake up to the egg McMuffins in the morning of Christmas. That was what my family would do. If it was my choice, I'd probably do like biscuits and gravy if I was making it for like a big family of people. When I do make it for a big family, when I have a family and everything, it's probably be like biscuits and gravy for Christmas morning. But I can get down on some French toast casserole. What is goetta though? I don't know what that is. Is that like a is that a mistype, or is that something I'm completely missing out on? So you have to tell me what that is. And of course, bacon. You gotta love bacon. Oh no, Chevals. I think I did. I could have swore I put it in the Discord for you. Oh no, maybe not. Okay, well, hit it. Go into my Discord or go into any Discord or the DMs. I'll send you, if you're available, I'll definitely have you on. I'd love to have you on, buddy. That was not intended. There's probably a few people I accidentally left out, so I apologize if that's the case. It wasn't intended. This is an open invite to everyone. Nice. Let's go. Nick says he's going to get on in a couple minutes. That's nice. Let's go. Well, we appreciate that, Nick. Northward said he is too, so we're gonna have a little queue here coming soon. Oh, nice, Terry. I love Brussels sprouts. So Brussels sprouts would not go unappreciated for me, of course. Your kids will come around to it. I think I started liking them when I was like 25 or 26. It was after I had turned vegetarian for a while, because my palate was super, super lame, like really low, like lowbrow, like meat and potatoes only. I'd skip vegetables. And it was really, really bad, like palate. I mean, maybe that's fine if that's what you're into. But I like that stuff too. I love that stuff. But then I turned vegetarian when I was like 19. I moved out of my parents' house. They were like, you can't be a vegetarian in my house. We're not going to eat a special diet for you. So I moved out. I turned vegetarian just to see if it was possible, not for any particular reasons. I stuck with it for like 3 or 4 years, I think, and that expanded my palate of like vegetables and everything else. Because like when you stop eating just meat, basically, you have to like find other things to make you satisfied. And I would like open the door for me for so many different things in life. So now I'm a big foodie. So maybe your kids will come around. Maybe they don't have to go into being vegetarian and all that, but you know, maybe they do. So who knows? Nice. Walrus, you're gonna come in. I appreciate that. I don't remember if you said you were gonna come or not, but yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, anyone who wants to come on, you guys are all welcome. You guys are all friends to me. I want to hear some of your delicious meals though. Okay, here we go. Goetta is a Midwest breakfast meat. Interesting. Sausage and oats. That's in it. So, has anyone else had a Goetta before? I'm quite interested to hear if that's something. I've never heard of that. Not, I've watched my fair share of Anthony Bourdain and Andrew Zimmern and the whatever these other food channels are. Oh no, we have our first challenger chat. We have our first challenger who's stepped up to the plate. So yeah, let me get through a few of these chats and we'll jump in with the first Christmas special, holiday special guest. We appreciate you for coming on. A couple guesses in the chat. Who do you think the first guest is going to be here? I want to know who you guys think. All right. So yeah, Chevals. I always go back and forth. We've spoken in person. I never get your name right, but the invitation's open. So just slide in the DMs or the Discord or something. All right. So let's get into our first guest here because we're gonna have a bunch of people sliding through. First and foremost, let's hear. Who do you think's gonna be? Who's it gonna be? All right, let's go.
Save the best for first.
We did. We saved the best for first. Alex, thanks so much for coming on. Hello. I feel like you should probably. I mean, everyone knows who you are, my friend, but you should give a little introduction for yourself. And I'll say happy holidays. Thank you so much for joining us. And what are you up to today?
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows me. No one likes me, but everyone knows me.
That's not true. At least half the people here like you.
Oh no! Hey, Merry Christmas, man! This is really cool. You're doing this. I hope you get a lot of people on tonight, and I'm interested to hear what everyone's got to say, what everyone's doing around the holidays. It's gonna be a fun time.
Yeah, well, I wanted to kind of do this because I didn't see anyone else ever doing something like this. It's always like Pokemon talk, Pokemon this, Pokemon that. But I felt like if I could get all of my friends together, all the different people who've been on my channel, just to do a quick like Happy Holidays, a quick like Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, whatever it is that you celebrate. Maybe get dragged like a little Pokemon story out of you, something heartwarming, a little. I could probably clip it all together and put a nice something like at the end of the year, like, hey, thanks for watching. You're the viewer. You're the best, and basically that would be a nice way to go and kind of.
Well, what about that craziness Basic Trainer's trying to do?
I love that idea. So Basic has been talking to me for a while about doing a live stream. He and I have been wanting to do like an alien live stream where we do like X-Files, talk alien, paranormal, and conspiracy theory, kind of like.
That'd be so fun. I'd get in on that. I love
absolutely. And like tinfoil hat and get all the people in the hobby we're friends with, the people in the chat to get involved and everything. Just have like a really go down the rabbit hole of a ridiculous conversation. So when he had that idea for this 24-hour stream, I was like all in. I was already foiling up my tinfoil hat, getting it all ready and everything. And I'm going to slide into that probably for like the 2-3 a.m. Whatever the late night is. And we're going to have some weird talks. It's going to be fun. So
I can't wait, man.
Yeah, so you think you're going to be able to be a part of that maybe? Hopefully you're going to slide in?
Dude, if we're talking conspiracy theories, I'm all in on that. Like the old Joe Rogan, Eddie Bravo talks on the podcast and stuff. Dude, I loved those.
I just think it would be fun because it's one of those things that none of us ever talk about. Maybe we talk about it like when we're joking,
we can jump into some Mandela effect.
Yeah, but it would be fun to get it, out on the tube just for funsies for the memes. I'm sure there'd be some great clips out there for people who like to clip it. Shout out to Swami. Hopefully he'll be able to, get in here. Yeah,
no, so we need more of that. Like, I just feel like, I mean, and yeah, I'm sure you feel it too. It's like I feel like the space has got so serious like within the past year, and it is
It's kind
nice
of
to just
always
lighten
been
things
that
up a little
way.
bit.
It's sort of been that way for, I mean, if you take Leonhardt and like the goofiness of that and like the positivity of that and like the whole
Right.
pokey rev, that whole like yelling just for no reason, it gets really serious. So, and I know people clown on Leonhardt and stuff for that whole situation, but say what you will, I mean, it's a lot lighter and it's a lot less serious in some regards so
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's just like the whole like it just feels nice to be lighter, just enjoy stuff again, and not make it so you know how it gets.
Oh, shout out, Real Breaking Nate. We cannot forget to leave him out of that talk when we're talking about positivity in the hobby. Just his voices alone are funny. But
It is
Alex
weird
is
how he almost like flies under the radar somehow, and he's
uh,
huge. I mean,
yes,
he's one of the biggest channels in all Pokemon, but for some reason, his name doesn't get mentioned all the time with all the other big ones.
he should be up there in the top like 3, I would
Well,
think,
he is,
probably.
right?
Yeah. As far as subscribers, I think he is. But what are you doing this Christmas, man? How are you like? What are you doing this holiday
Oh
season?
man.
I wanted to kind of get people on here and talk about you and see what you're doing, so that the guests can kind of like bond with you in that way. But are you staying home? Are you traveling, or what's going on
Yes,
with you?
we're one of the unfortunate people that didn't move out of our hometowns, and a lot of the family didn't either. So we got my mom's side of the family tomorrow. We have my dad's side on Sunday, and then on Christmas Eve, we'll probably just hang. Me and my wife, maybe we'll go to my parents' house. Like everyone lives really close, within like a 30-45 minute range still. And so, yeah, like everyone, like cousins, aunts, uncles, like, brothers, sisters, all that stuff. Like I'm an only child, but yeah, everyone's real close. So we have, always have big holidays. Everyone gets together. It's pretty crazy.
So are you gonna be doing it at your house, or are you gonna be going to like your parents?
No, man, I would like maybe later on, but like, a lot of my cousins and everything are my age. And so everyone's got tons of kids and stuff. And me and my wife don't have kids. Like, I like kids once they get to like the age of like an actual person.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
like I just don't. So I just don't want to have a million kids all running our house being crazy and stuff. So
With
no, we don't
collectibles,
do it
it's
at my house.
hard, and you got to prep your house for kids. Like you got to get all the outlets covered and like
Yep.
put a thing around the
We don't
tree,
have a
build a
kid friendly house. Put
barricade.
it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So I totally understand that. I hope that someday, we live in such a small place now. Like my office is in a walk-in closet basically, so it's really a small place. So one day we'll have a large enough house that I dream to be able to host, because I used to do this thing called Friendsgiving. I would host it when I did live a little closer and all my friends lived closer too. A few days before Thanksgiving, I would always cook like a full Thanksgiving dinner at my house, and I'd have everyone over, and I always had a big enough house to do that, and people were in town, and it was really fun for me to actually cook the meal itself, because I love cooking, and I
Yeah.
thought I got really good at it too. I did probably 4 Thanksgivings of full Thanksgiving dinners that I can whip up a Thanksgiving dinner like no problem, and just me too if I need to. So I'm
Okay. So
excited
you're a
for
bit of a
getting to do
chef.
that eventually. So.
Yeah, you're a bit of a chef.
I wouldn't say that. No, I'm a cook. I'm not a chef. There's a big difference between, and the chef, chef in the comments, I'm sure he's going to be here or something. Tell us, there's definitely a difference between a cook and a chef. But any other big holiday plans or anything for this season, for New Year's? Any big plans for I know I want you to shout out the new podcast you have. Everyone who comes on, I want to give you a chance to also shout out anything new. And I know you have potentially a new podcast in the books. And being a fellow podcaster, I want to show your podcast for you. So before we go on to the next guest, please do a little shilling for yourself here.
No, it's no big thing. I mean, me and Eli from Pokemon USA, we're gonna be doing a weekly, I guess you'd call it podcast on his channel. So it's gonna be on Pokemon USA's channel. It's gonna be once a week, I think on Tuesdays afternoon. And we haven't. I don't think we've decided if it's gonna be like live or recorded or not. So we're gonna see how that goes. I don't think we decided yet, but that's pretty much it, man. I got the last of the Christmas shopping done tonight. So that's all good to go. It's
last minute. I like it.
I mean, honestly, man, like, I haven't even posted as much either. I'm kind of in like coast mode, like with everything. Like, I haven't been in the gym as much. I haven't been making as much content. Haven't been like looking to source as much stuff. I'm just kind of like coasting into the new year, and then I'm gonna pick everything back up again. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm just in coast mode.
And I think that's totally fine this time of year. I've somehow been posting more content than I've been doing the whole rest of the year.
You have.
I don't know why that is, but I have extra time because of the holidays now. We're staying home this holiday season, so it's going to be, I have a little extra time. I just want to share my thankfulness and, and say thank you to you guys, my guests who have been on the channel, and you have been on the channel a million times, and I appreciate you, and you're going to be on a million more times.
Yeah.
And, but before you go though, and before I get into the next one, so Pokemon Wonder is in the queue here. I want you to help me build my mystery pack for the viewer here. So we're going to be building a custom mystery pack built for the viewer who's watching. So anyone who's watching here, tell me in the comments if you like or if you dislike this idea. But Alex, I want you to choose for me because you're my first guest. I want you to make the honor of making the choice. If you had to choose a starting path of the starter, the Pokemon.
Super easy for me. I'm Squirtle all the way.
You're Squirtle, man.
I was Squirtle. I was Totodile. I was always the water guy.
Well, that's a great choice. I actually made that choice when I was younger, so I respect that. So that's crazy you chose Squirtle because since you said that, it evolved into a Blastoise EX.
There it is.
And the viewer is going to get all 3 of these Cosmos Holo Pokemon Go. I can't split them up. Whoever is going to win the mystery pass getting all 3 of these, as well as the Blastoise, since you made it evolve there from Pokemon Go. So starting us off with a small addition. It's going to get bigger as the night goes on, a little bit better. But we had to start with the Charmander, the first starter. So thank you so much for coming, Alex. We're going to move on here to our good friend, Pokemon Wonder. But we'll probably see you, I'm sure, soon. So
yeah, man, for sure. I want to get you going. I can't wait to see the rest of this tonight, man. Have a good time.
Thank you, sir. We'll see you soon, man.
Later.
All right, and on to the next one. We hope you enjoyed that. I appreciate you, Alex. And the next person up is going to be none other than our good friend Pokemon Wonder, who we just were on his channel recently. So it is a treat to be able to see him so soon again. But how you doing, man? What's new with you? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Every day is a good day, my friend. Every day is a good day.
Well,
if you don't believe me,
us.
Just try missing one.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, when you get older, the days they just go by so quickly. And when you're younger, it's all so shortened because your life, your perception is so much shorter. Like a day feels like a year, but when you're like 69 years old, like I am, a day goes by in like a blink of an eye. You miss
Nice try. 69. Not even close, my friend. Not even close.
Well, what's new with you, man? What's going on for the holidays? Are you and your family staying in, or are you? What are you going traveling? Catching you somehow? Is that like a green screen? You're in a hotel room in Budapest or something? Or
yeah, I carry these 2 shelves of my kids' Pokemon with me everywhere I go.
Yeah. Well, as every good PokeTuber does, so I would expect.
Right. Sure. Yep. No, this year we usually travel. This year we're going to keep it simple. We're going to stay at home, have the kids. We have our. Hey, Terry, good to see you, man. Good to see you, my friend. We've been talking about you a lot lately, so if you haven't catched our podcasts and discussions, Terry always comes up somehow, some way.
He is a rock star.
Lots of love.
I love Terry because I love his fire like that. And when I first started like interacting with Terry, I will admit that I thought he was one of those internet trolls who was being negative for no reason because I took some of his comments the wrong way because that's how text and internet can go. But exactly. I will be the first one to tell you that I have 100% don't think that anymore because since I've had a chance to sort of interact with Terry and really he's elaborated a lot of my troll comments back to him as well. He's such a great guy and I completely understand and respect where he's coming from now and his what he's saying. So I love
it's all good intentions. It's all good intentions. And that's exactly when I reached out to him and he reached back to me and that's when I knew. I said, yeah, we got to talk to Terry. we got to see what's underneath those the doors, the blankets, you name it. But I never dubbed Terry. Yeah. But Ponga there in the chat, being Ponga.
Oh yeah, always. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Never doubted Terry. I mean, it's one of those things that when text messages, even when I'm sending text to my best friend, I'll read back some of the things. I'm just like, ooh, if he wasn't my best friend, he'd probably think something, was going on or whatever. So it's always the internet's the same way, and we grew up on the internet, so to speak. So I think we kind of understand that better than like our parents' generation probably does, where their skins are a little thinner when it comes to that kind of stuff, because they had like the phone and like the Morse code and telegram or whatever. So
if you weren't on a bulletin board dialing up with AOL, yeah, your skin's a little thin, man, a little thin. But
so do you have any crazy Pokemon stories you want to maybe tell on the channel that might be festive of sorts, or something exciting for your kids that won't be spoiled if they're watching?
They won't be watching, so I can spoil it. My oldest son is looking forward to he asked for a booster box of Paradox Rift, so Santa Claus will come through this year to make that happen. We will be also donating a ETB of 151 to each of our local family members here. So me, myself, yeah. So
that's
we're going to be opening
generous.
some 151.
Even if they don't like Pokemon, they'll probably enjoy that.
No, they're going to enjoy it. They're going to enjoy
it.
Yeah. This will be the first year that we buy anything video games. So we're actually, for the kids, that is.
Okay.
So we're going into a Switch for the first time. We got 3 Pokemon games that we've now purchased for the Switch.
Ooh, wow, you went big.
We went all in.
One of those Let's Go Eevee or Let's Go Pikachu?
Well, we're no. So this is the gift from Santa Claus to the family.
Okay. I forgot. So I've been out of like I haven't had a child in my immediate family, so I haven't done the Santa thing for a while. So I forget there's like separate. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So now this is so that everybody shares. It's not my Switch.
Got it.
So we're gonna do that, but it's gonna be good. So and then we got a bike for the youngest one. He outgrew it. Needed something else without training wheels. Now his knees are hitting the handlebars. And the oldest one is getting a new electric scooter. So that'll be Christmas for us, and it's going to be a blast.
By electric scooter, is that like one of the Razors, but with a motor?
Yes.
Is that what they've done to it? Like, I'm not surprised. Is that how they've upgraded? Like, oh man.
It's going to be nice. Oh, and now that I'm here.
That's going to be a good Christmas. That's circa 2001 for me, basically. Like, that's...
This is going to be fun, man. It's been a good year. The kids have worked really hard, and they wanted some cards, and I couldn't do all of them. But the kids wanted the alternate art Gengar VMAX from Fusion Strike. I'm like, Jesus, guys.
They have, I mean, Paradox, that's pretty cheap. Like, you're like, all right, cool, that's great. But then they're like the most expensive and getting harder to find card from Fusion Strike. So, wow, okay,
yeah.
Well.
So I already know
they learn quick though. The kids they pick up on things really quickly. You should see some of the kids that come by the booth at shows. You know what I mean? Especially I just told Josh last night. I said my kids always ask me when I get a graded submission back. They say, "Is that the first edition Charizard?" I'm like, "No, it's not the first edition Charizard." Where would I get that child? Please.
But I did get 2 good cards for the kids. So this is one of the kids here. So
those are great. That they said they wanted the VMAX, but that's even better.
This is a great alternative here. So I got that for 1. I won't say which one's which because again they won't watch it until they're older, so that's okay. And this is for the other one, and I won't show you what I got for my wife because it's a surprise. So she'll actually watch this probably before Christmas, so I don't want to show you that one. But then this is for the other one.
Ooh, wow. Okay, so that is there some favoritism going on, or is this an older situation? Like, what are we not supposed to like talk about that? Because
don't ask questions, Josh.
And I don't know. Like there's a couple of things of the bound to stick out.
You didn't see the back, man. It was like heavy played, man. Heavy played.
Fair. Okay, fair. I forgot you deal in TCG player and you deal in singles.
That's right.
That's right. Very good stuff. Okay, well,
right.
I already know what I'm going to ask you for our mystery pack submission here, because talking about what your son is asking for and everything, this will be an easy input. So a lot of them here are going to be just packs and stuff. And this is going to be, from what we were just talking about, a fun one. But is there anything else that maybe I can, you want to say some last words of sorts? Because before we move on here, I have a couple people in queue, specifically old school Pokemon who I know has a live who has to go through. But I want to do the mystery thing and give you a little chance. Who's your next podcast guest? You just had Josh on, but do you have anyone you want to shill on the podcast?
All right. Yeah, so we skip next week or this coming week, so we don't want to do anything during the holidays. Let everybody enjoy their time. But PK has been so gracious to start the new year off with me, so we're going to kick it off with PK first week of January. So stay tuned for that one. It's going to be a blast. And I'm really looking forward to it. Josh was an amazing conversation. Other Josh, that is, the Green Shiz. That was a great conversation as well. And yes, check those out. Lots of fun. I'm just loving the hobby. Any last words I would say is, thank you, everybody. I sincerely and deeply appreciate all the time everybody spent, the sharing of knowledge, the love. I mean, so many people. It's been the best year in terms of everything around the hobby that I've ever experienced. So thank you so much. And I look forward to 2024 and spend it with all of you.
Thank you so much, Justin. I appreciate you. I'll make sure to request from my boss to have the whole day off for the PK interview, because I know that we're going to need it as much as that man loves to talk. So I'll definitely put in a word to my boss. So
all right, sounds good.
Thanks, man. Happy holidays.
Thanks, guys. Happy holidays.
All right. And so just as quickly as it started, it is over on to the next guest. Thank you so much for Justin for coming on. But oh no, I meant to ask Justin, are you still here? I want to get you, hold on, before I go, I wanted to, this was the mystery pack. So we have to choose between two sets that we're going to do as a mystery pack to include. It's going to get bigger and bigger, but this is just a pack here.
All right. Because my kids wanted the Gengar VMAX Alternate, we're going to go with Fusion Strike.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you didn't jump away too quickly. So this will get saved for another giveaway another day, and this will get added to the stack, to the pile here. Right. Thank you so much.
Sounds
all right,
great.
Cool.
Bye, buddy.
Pokemon Wonder, everyone. Okay, and now on to the next old school Pokemon. I appreciate you for coming in, spending your precious time before the live with us here. So we're going to get you up on screen, and it's none other than Nick. Hello. Thank you so much for coming. Happy holidays. How you doing today, Nick?
Happy holidays to you as well. Good to be on. It's been too long since we've seen each other. I am doing very well, though.
When was the last time? I'm trying to remember it, because you skipped a couple Collecticons, and I went to a couple you didn't, and then we missed each other at one. So when was the last time we?
The last Collecticon I went to was Charlotte. You weren't at that one, were you?
No, I was at Denver before that. And you weren't at Denver.
I think the last one we saw each other was Long Beach then.
It was, yeah, it was Long Beach. So this is a treat, man. Right before the new year. I didn't know it'd been so long.
One of my best friends in the hobby.
I feel like I took some of your live selling mojo, though, and you took some of my online live streaming mojo, and we sort of swap for a year there. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
We've definitely switched places. You're Mr. in-person live convention sales now, and I have nothing to do with conventions anymore.
Well, I hope we can change that with the new year. Now that there's 12 opportunities for Collecticon, I feel like there's at least that many more opportunities for me to get a chance to see you. And Card Party, I know at least you're doing Card Party, right? That's something you and I are both excited about.
Yes, I do want to do Card Party. That's one that I definitely want to do. And then I'll definitely see you in New Jersey as well. That's one that I'm definitely going to since I live fairly close to New Jersey. And then I'll be in Chicago and Charlotte as well. Those are the for sure ones.
Yeah, I feel like this time of year, seeing you in a holiday Christmas hat is just natural. Is Christmas one of your favorite holidays? Did you have a chance to see the last podcast where we did invest, flip, and skip with the Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Halloween?
Yes, yes. Christmas is by far the best holiday.
So you wouldn't be skipping Christmas like I did then. That was going to be my next question.
That last podcast was just full of disappointments.
Well, that's all of my podcasts, friend. That's all of them. So you have to specify a little more than that, but I know what you're talking about in that regard. Yes. No, Christmas is a good holiday, and if you're watching out there and you're like, this dude's doing a Christmas holiday thing, and he's talking bad on Christmas, I'm not going to talk bad on Christmas. I do love the holiday, but for the sake of that particular little game, sorry. But so, what do you got planned for this holiday season, sir? Besides just selling live on eBay, are you? Before I joke, are you actually going to be doing a Christmas live stream on eBay Live, or you taking the day off?
No, I am very much looking forward. Tonight's actually my last night on eBay Live until after Christmas, so very much looking forward to having a couple of days off. That's gonna be very nice. And as far as what we do, so Christmas Eve, go over to my aunt's house with my aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, and we usually do appetizers there. So that's always fun. Whole bunch of different appetizers. Definitely going to be having the queso like you. Number one appetizer right there.
So you guys serve it at your family, or you're going to be bringing it?
No, usually my cousin makes that.
Okay.
Yep. But we'll definitely be having that. And
the secret to a really good queso, can I tell you? Maybe your cousin already knows. You probably know this if he serves it this way, but it's getting one of those little mini crock pots that you put it in that keeps it warm, because you don't want it getting room temperature. It's all bad. So like they're worth the $10 or $15 the investment for sure.
Oh, so, it's definitely an investment right there.
Yeah. Especially as a queso lover, you got to have yourself a mini crock pot. Like if you don't have a mini crock pot and you love queso, you really love queso, right? So I appreciate this support. I didn't know I was going to get another queso fan on the channel tonight. I thought that was few and far between. I know Rusty. I know if TCA Gaming gets a chance to come on, which he had some family stuff, so he may or may not. I know he would be a queso fan too, but I don't know about how many other people. So Nick, I appreciate you for that. That makes me, this Grinch's heart, grow at least 10 sizes larger. So
there we go. I like it.
Well, I'm excited that I'm going to probably get to see you a lot next year, but do you have any other plans or things to see any of your viewers, or anything new YouTube content or things that potentially is going to be coming down the pipeline for you that maybe you want to shill a little bit on the channel here?
That's definitely one of my goals for next year. Is this year has been absolute madness for me, and so one of my goals for next year is to get back organized. I want to be more consistent with Instagram. I want to get back on YouTube. So it'll definitely happen next year. How long it continues, we'll see. But I would like to make semi-regular, get back to making semi-regular YouTube content. It's kind of wild. I haven't uploaded anything on YouTube it's probably been 6-8 months, and I still get comments, very rarely, but every once in a while, still get comments on different videos saying, thanks for the information. This is so helpful. When you getting back to making videos, all this stuff. So definitely want to get back to it at some point.
Your videos are really, I mean, I don't want to insult them and say they're very simple in format, but their simplicity in their format it's not an insult in any way. It's more like that's what made them really approachable, and what made them so like entertaining to watch is you had a really good way of making it simple for the viewer to follow along, understand. You were entertaining with what you were saying, even though you're just saying what it was. Basically, you had a couple little comments or whatever. You have a vast, whether you'll admit it or not, you have a vast amount of Pokemon knowledge just stored beneath that Santa hat of yours, and it comes out as you're just talking about like Sword and Shield era bulk. And people see that with those videos, and I think that they probably watch it back and they like that. So there's something to be said for that type of content. So if you ever do go back to it, you don't have to go into it, get a huge editing job going. Just what you were doing was really good, and I think that there's room in the space for it,
Oh, 100%, 100%. Yeah, now that Dan passed me in subs, now I have a reason to get back onto YouTube. Yeah, I gotta retake the Dan spot.
Yeah, you gotta keep up. You gotta up those subs. You gotta get that YouTube revenue coming in. So you can start. Then you can pay an editor with the. So my goal is to eventually get enough YouTube revenue that I can get an editor to like once a month do a really good video. Maybe pay with the revenue of doing that and do a cool vlog show. I don't know, whatever. But if we got you back on YouTube just a little bit, I would consider that a win.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
So Nick, I need your help on something here. Being a big pack ripper and knowing what people like, before we do that, do you have any last words before we get on to the mystery bag selection here? Because I appreciate you coming on. I want to give you a chance to say any happy holidays or anything to the guests or anything like that. But
yeah, no, just happy holidays to everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Hope everyone's able to take some time off, relax, enjoy the time with family, friends, enjoy the most wonderful time of the year.
Or one of the most wonderful times of the year, right? Okay, that being said, if you had to choose between a pack of 151 or 2 packs of Crown Zenith, if you were to say, maybe not you yourself, but you were going to be gifting something in like a mystery pack or something, what do you think would be the better option? So which one of these two would you say you would put in if you were going to put one of these into a big cohesive mystery pack?
That is a tough one. Personally, I rip a lot of packs on eBay Live. Right now I'm selling a ton of 151. But me personally, I actually, a hot take coming here, I prefer Crown Zenith over 151. 151 did not belong in your S tier holiday sets. That belonged in your A tier. Crown Zenith belonged in your S tier.
Oh, come on. Now, Crown Zenith probably did belong. I will give you this one probably did belong, but the fact that you're saying this one didn't belong, I don't know if I can go along with that. You, of all people, I expected. Okay, so anyway, if you're building a mystery pack, then that being said, knowing that about Crown Zenith, I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to choose, but what would you go with out of these two?
If it was my mystery pack, I would go for the 2 Crown Zenith. But for most people, I think they would like the 151.
So what am I putting in the mystery pack?
Let's go with 151. We'll go with that.
I was gonna say the upset of the season. I never would have thought that Nick would have chose. Okay, but he didn't. He is a man of the people. He's a man of the people, chat, and that is, if in no other way, that is a great way to finish up this part of old school Pokemon session, because it demonstrates exactly the type of person he is. He is always selfless, and he's always going to be a man of the people, and I believe that with my heart. And that's why he chose the better of the two, the 151, the S tier set. 1 S tier is better than 2 A tier sets, is what he's saying. So it goes on the stack. We're getting a good little stack going here, though. All right, cool.
I like it.
For another day. Okay. Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate you for coming on. I'm going to move to the next guest because we got a little queue going here, and I'll let you get to making some money. But happy holidays, my friend, and happy New Year if I don't see you before then.
Yes, same to you. I look forward to seeing you at some point next year.
Yeah, maybe Basic Trainers live stream at some sort.
Yes, I will be there. I will be there at some point.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll see you, Nick. Happy holidays.
Have a good one.
All right. And just as quickly as it began, we're going on to the next one. I say that every time. I have to come up with something, a different segment here, or a different transition. But Josh is a strong name in this hobby. I know at least one other Josh in this hobby. He's probably the biggest whale that I know personally. I know some whales too, but the guy shows off in every single video 40, 50, 69,000 collection pieces. He's like, oh yeah, I just picked up another collection piece. Oh, do you think I sold some of my old collection to get this? And he plops down. He's like, I have double the old collection. What do you think now? You think I'm some sort of a minnow? So anyway, I think you all know who this is going to be. This is none other than my good friend, my namesake in the hobby, another podcaster who has one of the greatest podcasts out there, in my opinion, Mr. Greenish, the Grinch. Josh, the Green Shiz. How's it going, man? Happy holidays.
going on, Josh? Long time, man. How you been?
It's been doing pretty good, I guess. I mean, the holidays are busy. I feel like it was December 1st yesterday, and now Christmas is tomorrow, basically. So I'm good, but I'm a little bit not ready for Christmas. But what's new with you, man? What's going on? Happy holidays.
Oh man, I'm just living the dream. My wife's probably got divorce papers down in the mailbox right now because my third live stream in a week. But it's yeah, I had to come in, say hi, at least say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you, and shout out to all the legends in front of me. It was it's going to be awesome to watch us back. Hope everybody has a great holiday, man. It's enjoy the time with the family, and it's awesome.
So I know your wife's a big cook. Like she's really good at least cakes and stuff. So I assume she's good in the kitchen with other things too. I know you're looking forward to at least probably a holiday meal, and I haven't had a chance to ask you what I ask everyone else. What would be your holiday meal of choice, or what are you looking forward to the most this holiday season? Is she making something good?
So she's primarily the dessert person. Like she does awesome cheesecakes and cakes, but this is going to be more so of like a frozen lasagna probably, or a pre-made lasagna on Christmas, and then we're going to smash a bunch of desserts. So yeah.
Yeah, out here people do like the enchilada, or not enchiladas, the tamales for sort of a similar situation kind of thing.
Yep.
So yeah, easy, delicious, like serves a good amount of people. You can kind of celebrate the holiday and really focus on what matters instead of making a big meal. So yeah, totally. That's actually probably the best way to go about doing it. So are you and your kids, I know with Thanksgiving, you had like 1 million families come to your place. Are you doing the same thing for Christmas?
Yeah, we're all over the place. Both of our parents being divorced, there's like 7 grandparents involved. So it's like tons of traveling, usually within like an hour drive. So it's not too bad, but yeah, it's not everything's going to be at my house this time for like Thanksgiving one. So it'll be nice. It's nice going to other people's houses. Then they got to do the cleanup and I get to go home and sleep. It's amazing. So
yeah, you just walk in with like a cake or a bowl of queso in my case and put it on the counter, and then like, slink around the corner when the presents start happening, and then when everyone's done you come back. No, just kidding.
Exactly. Yep. What's one thing you're hoping for Christmas?
So this Christmas, I'm actually staying in town. We usually would go out of town to see like my fiance's family, or we'll go see some of my family out of town or something like that potentially. But this year, we didn't want to do any of that. So we're going to see my best friend and his family, who they're getting married soon and having a kid and all that kind of thing. So we're going to go celebrate with them, who they also don't have family around. So we're going to be doing like a 2 couples and a kid kind of situation. So she's making, I think she said a turkey and a ham. So both, which is insane to me. We're going to bring the dessert. I'm going to bring, she said just a pumpkin pie, but I'm probably going to bring something else too. Because to be honest, I don't like pumpkin pie very much. It's like, it's okay, but I like
not for Christmas. That's disgusting. No,
I feel like it's got to be something different. So yeah, I'm gonna get like an apple maybe or something like that in addition, because I feel like pumpkin's not just enough. So
yeah, hell yeah,
that's gonna be a good time.
Definitely, man. That's awesome. Keep up the great work with the podcast. By the way, love it. Every episode, it's been really good listening to you guys, and like listening to the resellers having that conversation is awesome. And just you guys able to talk for 2.5 hours is crazy. So really cool. Cool.
You know what's funny about that is we actually have to cut topics every week. This last week, I cut out me and Retro had to decide to cut 2 different topics out, because we were just like, this is going to be too, I don't have strengths. I don't have very many strengths, I feel like, but I think that when I'm looking at like an outline in my head of what we're going to talk about, I can tell how long it's going to be based on, so that's one of my strengths. I'm like looking at that. I'm like, that looks like 2.5 hours already. We got to stop there.
Yep. No, it's good stuff. Keep up the good work. You and Retro are doing good.
Well, you guys are a big inspiration. Your ability to do weekly podcasts and stay relevant and actually have like a good conversation is really inspiring to me. And I was like looking at my podcast, and I was like, dude, I do this like monthly. I do this every day, but I do this podcast monthly. So I appreciate you guys doing so well, and in a way putting a little fire under me. So it's really great.
Exactly. That's good, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to more podcasts. I think next year, I think Alex Nostalgianomics announced one, and like probably a couple other people maybe. So that'll be cool. More discussions.
That is going to be a really good one. I honestly love hearing what Eli has to say about things, just because he's so disconnected from the YouTube sphere of like the normal Pokemon like zeitgeist. I feel like even if I don't agree with a lot of what he's saying, his takes are always from such a unique place that I feel like it's going to be really good hearing that on a regular basis. So I hope Alex can keep him to it, because Alex is great with his regular content. He makes like a ton of it all the time. He's really consistent. So if he can get a little bit of that out of Eli, then it'll be good. And I know Eli's had a lot going on, so I understand that. But
hell yeah, man.
You are the slab king, my friend. I feel like there's no more that one of the slabs. Don't you grimace at me. You're one of the slab, the people in this hobby. I just saw you sell 600 junk slabs on DC Sports. So
got my money back, basically. Trading things.
So I have for you, I have a choice for you to make. But before we get there, do you have any last like happy holidays or anything you want to say to the viewers, or maybe shill the podcast? Are you and Oak going to start doing like in person or something crazy?
That'd be cool.
Right here.
No, maybe in 10 years when we're both like maybe almost retired, we'll see. But no, appreciate you having me on. Appreciate you doing this for the community, and it's really cool just to see everyone what they're doing in their hobbies, and for Christmas, getting outside of the hobby a little bit, kind of get to know them a little bit more, and getting a little more personal. It's cool. Appreciate you doing it.
It's honestly a ton of fun for me, and it's an honor to be friends with all of the people that I also enjoy the content of. So I appreciate you and everyone else for coming on and going on my channel and, having me on yours. And it's been a really gratifying experience being on YouTube. And this goes out to the viewer as well. This is partially why I'm doing the giveaway, because if you're just listening, I'm sure Josh would agree with this. If you're a lurker, you lurkers are some of my favorite people, because that one time I drag a comment out of you in my podcast from some spicy take or the same thing. I'm sure that when they get a spicy take out of those lurkers, it means so much when I'm like, hey, that's a new person. I bet. And they just talk to me like they've been watching all the podcasts. I found a lurker, and then it just feels like you made a new friend. So thank you guys. And thank you, Josh, for, doing what you do too, because you do a great job with your content. So thanks for that. But
thanks, man.
That being said, you are the slab king, and so I have an option. No mystery bag would be a mystery bag without a couple of junk slabs in it. And so if you had to choose a junk slab, and I'm going to give you two choices to put into a mystery bag for someone random, if you think maybe of two popular Pokemon, we have a Charizard and we have, I'll show it a little. We have a Pikachu. These are both 2020 garbage junk slabs that I would probably put into a $19.99 mystery bag. But, a Pikachu Holo, that's from the General Mills, a PSA 9. And then a PSA 9 Charizard V. Two junk slabs. Both created about equally, I would say. Which one would you choose if you were putting into a little mystery bag conjunction? What should we put in there?
I got to say that Charizard's trash completely it's so bad.
The Charizard,
super trash. The Pikachu is a nice looking card. The Charizard belongs on the garbage. If you ever sell that on eBay, I'll slap the living crap out of you. Jesus Christ.
That 100% is going into a mystery bag. The Charizard, that's a prime mystery bag on eBay candidate. But this is also going into a mystery bag, it seems like, too, because if I'm hearing you correctly.
Yep. Pikachu all day. That's an adorable Pikachu card.
I'll be honest, it is a really cute one, and looking at the back of it, it doesn't look bad. It looks like someone was legitimately really going for the 10, and these things are hard to 10. So it's a cool one. Shout out to whoever did grade this. I bought it at a show. I bought it for like $7 credit on trade-in credit. So shouts out to you grading this, and now it's going into my mystery bag. And thank you, Josh, for helping us perpetuate the mystery bag problem that is the YouTube algorithm, whatever it is. And so this is going to be a good one. So it's bigger, chat, and now I've got a Pikachu.
Awesome.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you. Happy New Year. I hope I'll be able to see you on the Basic Trainer live, and then we have a next guest coming on here, so we'll get on.
All right, man. Have a good holiday. Peace, everyone.
Thanks again. All right, and on to the next guest. We greatly appreciate everyone who's watching. So if you are watching down below, I know the mystery bag thing's a little silly, so I apologize for that, but hopefully enjoying the whole holiday thing. The next guest we have on is a good friend of mine, someone who I've also had the pleasure of being on the channel of, and he's I think he's been on the channel as a trainer spotlight as well. If not, then dang, we got to do that. But none other than my good friend, Northwoods TCG. What's going on, man? How you doing today? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too. And no, I have not been on your trainer spotlight yet.
We need to do that. I think maybe we were probably trying to schedule it at some point, and it just things kind of got in the way. So we definitely got to do that then, because I've been needing some people to come on that. So you're the perfect person. So how you doing this holiday season, man?
Pretty good. Just getting everything all ready for the holiday season. Like I said, out with the kids, looking at some lights. They like seeing the Christmas lights around town, so we go and visit and drive around.
Is that one of your guys' traditions? Do the weekend before you kind of go, and is there like a particular street that really decorates well that you go
There's
to?
There's a town that's local that does a really good job. They have a bunch of different streets and a map where there's different community members that really set up some lights. And then the city itself also in the one central park really sets up a big lights display. So they you can start typically right after Thanksgiving. They turn on all the lights and everything starts. We just usually go right before Christmas, usually a couple days beforehand, just to finish up the Christmas spirit. But it's really not happening this year. There's no snow or no snow, so it's a little bit on the brown side right now in northern Wisconsin, which is unusual for this time.
I was gonna say that's got to be weird, because when I think about where you're at, it's like 6 feet of snow basically. You got to use a plow to get out your front door.
We're usually not that bad, thank goodness. We're usually this time of the year we usually have about a foot. So I mean we're way behind where we should be. But yeah, we're not the UP where we got a door on the second story to get out of our house. We're not to that point.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing for you? Do you
That's
like
a good
staying?
thing.
Okay, so you like not having the snow then. It doesn't make it feel less like Christmas or anything.
No, I like having a little bit of snow. Like we said, without it just doesn't feel very Christmassy. But it'd be nice to get a little bit of snow, at least an inch or so. But I'm okay with no snow personally. Just the holidays, it feels a little off.
Yeah, Christmas time, from being a Californian standpoint, it never feels like Christmas time like other people. I mean, it does, because people are putting their lights, you're seeing the decorations up and the music and the retail, all that stuff. But like the weather, not so much. Like I moved to Oklahoma when I was probably 11 or 12 years old. And I remember it didn't snow every year, but it snowed every 2 to 3 years in Oklahoma. And it wasn't a lot, it was just a few inches. And it always felt so special when I got a white Christmas, because I never got it in California. But I can imagine being somewhere like where you're from, you're kind of feeling a little differently. You're like, no, having snow, like a foot of snow, is kind of an impediment to my life. I don't need to see it every day. It's actually a Christmas miracle when it's sunny on Christmas. So...
Yeah, or raining on Christmas like it is doing right now. That's more of a miracle than anything.
It's gonna be like ice rain at a certain point, right?
It's staying warm. We're actually gonna be above freezing, so we should be okay. Wow. We shouldn't get much ice out of this, but typically it would not be a good day if it was this. Getting rain in December is never a good thing usually in northern Wisconsin. But El Nino year, what can you do? It's just one of them oddities that's happening, and we'll take it. Every once in a while, it's nice to just have a nice warm winter.
Isn't El Nino year? I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That's why everything's supposedly screwed up. Is it's El Nino year, so everything's a little bit pushed out of whack.
It's just like I don't even know, like the weather. COVID. It's like I have no idea.
Yep. No, exactly. So, like I said, we'll take it every once in a while, but it definitely doesn't feel as seasonal like a lot of us said. It doesn't feel like it's Christmas yet. It feels more like October at this point in time than it does December, but.
It does have an October-y kind of vibe. You're right. It doesn't feel like the end of the year quite yet. I still feel like got another month in the year yet. And no, it's gonna be year in pretty soon here.
Exactly. That's what we were saying. This feels like Halloween weather, and it's funny because we're looking at the extended forecast, and it looks like it's not going to change much going into January until like the last week is where it's forecasted to finally drop. But then we're going to go right into negative temperatures just to make sure that we know that we live in the middle of northern nowhere.
Like, don't forget. It's gonna be cold. So
exactly.
I was ready. It'll be all right. You're too comfortable.
So-
So your kids probably aren't going to watch this, so I can safely ask you this. But I know you got a couple of little ones. Do you have anything Pokemon planned? Anything? They're probably of the age where I bet you they like Pokemon cards for Christmas. So do you have anything big planned for them or anything like that?
Yeah, Jacob and I will, of course, Jacob used to open cards in the channel with me when we first started up. So we've got a couple different Pokemon things that he wanted that we've picked up over the year. And then even the 2 younger ones, my youngest is 4, and he's going to get a couple packs of stockings because he does enjoy opening them when his brother's opening them, of course, and his sister's opening them. So he wants to be semi-involved in it. He doesn't have as much interest or understand anything really at this point. He just knows that they're shiny and that's all that he cares about. But he's also my Charizard puller.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my Charizard puller. He pulled the Charizard from 151. He's pulled the Charizard from, or 2 gold Charizards now from Obsidian Flame. So, I mean, the kid's just like a Charizard magnet. He has no idea. So he pulls them out and is like running around with them with no sleeve or nothing. It's like, no. Come back. Don't do it.
Can I send him my packs? So just my Brilliant Stars ones, and then he opens them and sends it back. Is that a thing? Like, is it a service he offers? Maybe he should.
Who's that? Sorry.
Your Charizard pulling son. Maybe he should offer the service where people can send him packs for a fee. He'll open them and then just send everything back. He charges like 10 cents a pack, and he just gets to open packs then, and he makes 10 cents each time, and they pay the shipping. He's Charizard hands after all,
Yeah, exactly. See, seems to be. I didn't pull a Charizard for like 2 years there, going through Sword and Shield, and then all of a sudden he starts pulling them left and right, and it's like, come on, I can't pull a Charizard to save my life, and he's just pulling them out of packs. So yeah, maybe that'd be a new service. I'll offer that up on the store that you could go ahead and buy a 10-cent fee, and then you pay shipping to and from, and then we'll be good to go.
Sounds like a good service. Honestly, it sounds really wholesome. It sounds hilarious. It sounds like a good way of getting him to stop ripping packs. You don't have to buy packs anymore because he's ripping packs for other people, so he doesn't even want to rip packs really. So it's like saving you money. It's a win-win. I'll take a small commission of just 1 penny per pack. So it'll be just a commission, just a finder's fee. That's all. Nothing big. Like. But no, that sounds good.
Go for all chase cards.
Yeah, nothing big, not a big deal.
Without Charizards, you can sell battle styles, and he might pull a Charizard out of it.
Well, that's the thing. The service, you could charge more for that because no one's gonna even want to, like, the Rebel Clash packs and people sending them to him, and he's pulling Charizards out. It's just like it's a win-win.
Yeah, it wins for everybody.
So I guess there's probably no better. If we're gonna do a different, since we're talking about Charizards, I have a good option for our mystery bag option here. But before we get to the mystery bag selection game here, is there anything that you maybe want to show? Something coming up on your channel, or maybe something you have down the pipeline, or just you want to say happy holidays or anything like that? But before we kind of move on to the mystery bag game here.
Well, the one thing that we are going to start bringing back is that starting next year, I'm not going to try and keep it as a tight schedule like I was before, but I want to get back to the Choose Your Path series. So I've been working with some individuals, even in the chat here. I got Pokemon Wonder once said that he'd be willing to join too. So we will be going back to the Choose Your Path series where we start talking to individuals in the hobby about what's going on. But I want to go to a live format, if that's all right with everybody, unless someone has a problem with that, instead of the pre-recorded. So that way we can use the chat and maybe open up some of the topics that people might have. I was trying to do it as a closed session, but I think, after going over things and talking it over and doing enough of them, I think it might be better to do an open forum where people can really interact with it and really get the most out of the knowledge from the individuals that are on the channel. But other than that, like I said, that's what's going on right now on the channel. That's in the works currently on that part of it. Otherwise, we're just going to continue to do the content we continue to do over here. And then once again, Merry Christmas, everybody. It just says on my name. Thank you, everybody that supported the channel. And once again, support Josh. He's a fantastic content creator. I love the content that you continue to bring forward for everybody. So thank you for that. Also, while I got you on here, Josh.
I appreciate that, man. That means the world to me, honestly. Pokemon has always just been a way for me to talk about it and not just drive my fiance crazy who's cooped up with me here. And if I didn't have this YouTube space to kind of let it all out, I don't know if I'd still be here. She might have let me go a long time ago or something, or I'd be living on the streets, whatever it is, she wouldn't put up with it. So, I'm glad that I have you guys. So thank you. I appreciate that.
I keep hoping my wife will switch and start being more interested in it, but I think after about 4.5 years here being back in the Pokemon, I don't think that that's going to happen. I'm kind of giving up on that boat. I always was hoping that she'd get a little bit more interested, but I've even got her like a favorite Pokemon. It ain't working.
Dude, my fiance loves Pokemon. I've done 30 podcasts of Cardboard Hands. She hasn't watched a single episode yet, and so I know she doesn't watch my lives or my episodes because before we got engaged, I was so confident that she didn't watch the lives or the actual videos. I showed the engagement ring a week before on the live, and I was like, she's never gonna watch this. What do you guys think about this ring? Did I do good? And it was so funny because I told her that too, and she's like, you didn't. I was like, I did.
Watch. I go find it. Yeah, my wife laughs because she's right above me, and of course my voice carries through the house, so that's what she's laughing is. I'll walk upstairs and she'll be like, so what were you talking about? This, this, and this, and I'm like, what do you mean? And she's just like, were you watching? And she's like, well, no, I could hear you right through the floor. So she said, must be something. When I was talking to you on the last live, there was things you were saying that I was talking to you about when we were doing our live there about 4 weeks ago. And she's just like, what did you mean by this? And it's like, whoa, no, we were just having fun. Whoa, were you watching? No, I was listening to you through the floor. I'm like,
man, I wish she would get that kind of engagement with my videos. I'd be like, you listened. I was like, yeah, you listened.
No, I was like that too. You listened? What? When were you listening? It's like, no, she just heard me. She heard me through the floor. That's all it comes down to. I have a really strong voice that goes through things.
Shout out to the supportive partners in the hobby. You guys are the unsung heroes. Even the ones who don't want to have anything to do with our podcast and our hard work and everything, they're still supported. And so shout out to them. We appreciate you guys just as much.
For sure. Anybody can put up with us and doing this all the time, but it deserves every bit of the.
I mean, in general, to be able to put up with me all the time, she's a saint. So Merry Christmas to me and Merry Christmas to her for that. She's not going to watch, but she is a saint and I love and appreciate her. So she doesn't need to hear me say that. She already knows. All right. That being said, thank you so much for coming on, man. We're going to get you on the channel sooner rather than later. I could have swore, but we're just have to do that. So
we talked. I mean, we were getting it, and something came up either both sides of ours, and it just seemed like we forgot and got busy on other things.
I'm gonna blame Collecticon. Because it always feels like it's something like a scheduling with Collecticon. But anyway, thanks again, and we'll see you soon, man. Happy holidays.
All right, we'll do. Thank you, sir.
All right, we have another great guest. So thank you so much, Northwoods, for coming on. I would say I'll have all of these great content creators linked down below, but I did not do that beforehand. So I hope you guys can go find some of these guys if you've never seen them. But speaking of never seen content creators before, a little known content creator, welcome, Dan. I appreciate you for coming on here. Happy holidays. How are things going for you?
Things are going great. I appreciate you having me on. Nice idea. Nice fun thing you've got going on here. Definitely wanted to be a part of it. How are things going for you? You excited for Christmas?
Pretty excited. I have a little, not a lot planned with family, but a little something with friends, and that's new for me. And so I feel like it's like a very adult thing to like. Maybe it's not too adult, but maybe it feels a little adult to like, you don't have a lot of family in town. So you go with another couple and their family and do like a combined Christmas. And I'm excited about it. So it's going to be low key, but it's going to be pretty nice. How about you? You got something big? You always feel like you're doing something. So, but what do you got going on?
Yeah, we were gonna be doing the standard stuff. Like I have multiple places to go on both Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, which is kind of the standard. We've got her family, my family. Couple in my family actually came down with COVID. So thankfully, like no symptoms, no major issues at this point, but it definitely throws a wrench in the plans. So I've got like a brisket ready to do for Christmas, and I've got a pork belly, gonna do some pork belly burn-ends. It's gonna end up being a lot more food because it's gonna be for less people. But you adapt, and I'll have Christmas Eve and Christmas more with her side, and then in a week or two when everyone's feeling good, I'll have round two, I guess. It
I
is
mean,
what
that's
it is.
a benefit, right? For you, you like food, and that's double the opportunity. I mean, I'm the same way. The chance to eat, like I go to half of these collecticons just because it's a city that I want to try the cuisine in.
Yep.
I'm like, all right,
I'm
I'll
with you
just write
there.
the losses off, and I want to try this barbecue. And Kansas City is lucky. I mean, I was so close to going to Kansas City just to try the barbecue, but.
Yeah, not tax advice, but it's a good way to subsidize a trip and do a little bit of food tourism for sure.
Yeah, so speaking of all of Collecticons and stuff, I think I heard you in your live say earlier that you're going to be going to, what, 3 of them this next year?
It could end up being 4. I think Dallas is a definite because the tables are already booked. Charlotte and Chicago are almost definitely happening. New Jersey is so close that it will probably happen. Probably won't be vending. It'll probably be just like a pop in for the day, maybe do a little mini vacation with the family. We'll see how it ends up going, but only 2 weeks from Charlotte, so it's pretty tight to that. But it'll be hard to not do it if nothing else comes up.
I mean, I'm surprised, like being so close to you in New Jersey. I would think that you'd be having like 5 tables, and you're bringing your whole ex Troll and Toad. You know, all the stuff Troll and Toad sent back to you has been up on your roof and on pallets. I know since then, and because the rest of it's in your basement, it's overflowing. So I think you'd be buying out half Collecticon just to sell some of that bulk.
I contemplated it. That there was actually talk last year that like Buffalo might have been a location. That would have only been maybe an hour closer. I think Buffalo's 3 to 3.5. So I probably should be doing that, but I don't know that I have the hustle in me like old school Pokemon does. I just don't have it in me to run any more than 1 table personally.
I think I'm driving 7 or 8 hours for Long Beach. That's like the longest I call local. Like that's not local at all, obviously. That's a whole day. Like I might as well fly that, but because it's closer, I can drive with a ton of inventory. So like that's kind of why I drive it. Plus I'm like terrified of those giant flying death traps they call airplanes. So that's a whole other thing too. Honestly, I've done pretty good with that though. Aren't you guys, I mean, chat, aren't you guys proud of me for like conquering that, or not conquering, it's still very much so there, but like dealing with that fear of flying over the last year? Because I know I talked a lot about it. What we got there?
I got my messy desk there. I'm not
hold on. Is that the MetaZoo promo? Is that the exclusive?
I do have a couple MetaZoo I tried clicking on my my zoom in. I tried zooming in my face some just because I'm smaller here in frame, but I clicked on the wrong. I have my OBS such a mess. My OBS is such a ridiculous mess.
I'm not even streaming from OBS on this StreamYard. I'm just going straight from StreamYard. So you're a step ahead of me on that regard.
I always use OBS because it's handy, but then half the time when I try to do something like that, I just click the wrong button and do the wrong thing. So it
I was thinking I was going to do, so when I was deciding on like what to do for the giveaway, whether it was going to be like a pack opening, like initially my first thought was I was going to open a pack of crowns in it or 151. I would let the guests check and then, or choose, and then open it live after each guest and have that be the giveaway. I was like, but that seems like a crappy giveaway, a bunch of opened bulk cards essentially. And there's no variety. There's no fun for the guests in it. So I did this whole different thing where I'm like, gonna keep it all sealed, and then I don't have to add the camera of like the opening angle and have to do this weird like opening on the screen. So yeah, it's just a whole different angle. But I if I was savvy with it, I would do a lot more of those like dual triple screen videos where you like there's a cat cam, or my cat has a camera on its head, and like I'm going through opening packs and like, oh, what's this? My cat's trying to escape. Like sure, but I'm not that savvy.
I've done a couple little things, and actually I made a video a couple months ago. I don't remember what video it was, but the inbuilt video editor to Windows is actually significantly improved. I think it's called Clipchamp now instead of just video editor. So it's there. I should be utilizing it. I should be doing something with it. And I think I said in a video after one time doing something with it, and then I just haven't. I like the idea of it. It's just so hard to go in there and actually do it. I probably, that's like Nick saying he's coming back to YouTube when I say I'm going to start doing some editing. So don't plan for much.
It's the same thing with me. I say it all the time and I never end up doing it. I go to edit one video and I'm like, you know what? I can do this. I can do this, y'all. And then my next 5 videos, no editing, nothing, no timestamps. Like, you think he's doing good, you think he's doing well, but then he just reverts back into his old ways. Yeah.
It's too easy. It's too easy to just click that go live, no editing. It's too easy to just hit record, ramble on 10, 20, 30, 45 minutes, and then just post it. All that editing. Shout out to Pokemon Classics, Pokemon DNA, all those folks who get into it heavy. I don't know how they do it.
They are better than you and I in that regard, because I can't do it. And I know you're not going to sit there and do it either. So I have a question for you, though. I've been wondering this, but like, when you are the richest banker in the entire Pokemon hobby and you can get your children anything in the whole world, what stops you from buying a solid gold Ponyta with like, for one of your kids, or like, or what, or did you get them a solid gold Ponyta, or like a real live Galarian Rapidash, like an actual one made in a weird underground lab or something? So like, we'll keep it on the hush hush so that, you know, PETA doesn't come after you. But
I heard you ask Josh, the Green Shiz, if he had any, or yeah, I think it was him you asked if he got stuff for his kids. My kids will definitely have a lot of Pokemon under the tree. My son, it's probably going to change several times over the years, but as of today, I believe his favorite is still Lucario. Pokemon has the life-size Lucario plush. I was very close. I did not end up going for it. It's so much money.
it might scare him. He might have nightmares after that. It's bigger than him. It literally is
having
bigger than
Lucario
him.
standing in the corner of the room watching him sleep. I opted to not go for it, but it was tough. Like I was 50-50. I was coin flip, ready to click that button, and they get all the books that come through Pokemon Center, so there's going to be some of those under the tree. Tons of sitting cuties. They've got all the Build-A-Bear ones. There will be plenty of Pokemon. I actually did the advent calendars for them. So I have one from last year. I have the one from this year. So they each, my son and my daughter each get to do like one every day. But
I love those advent calendars. I feel like it's like one of the hypest things. I know I used to when I was a kid, for sure.
Growing up, yeah, I always had them, and I was a big fan. I had one of the ones that was like generic, and my mom would just put whatever in them. These ones are like pre-built by Pokemon to have one thing each day, whether it's a card or a pack or a keychain. They really enjoy them a lot. And then so they have like 3 advent calendars going on. They've got 2 Pokemon, and then they've got one where my wife puts like a separate thing in each day. Nice little daily activity. They pull the link off the chain, countdown to Christmas that my son made at school. They've got a lot of stuff like really building up the anticipation, hyping the event that is Christmas. So I'm excited.
So hype. Like straight up, there's so many little things that get kids hyped for Christmas that I can get why the N64 kid happens, you know, on Christmas morning. He gets so excited, he's like loses it. Like as a kid, you're literally being conditioned by capitalism to be the most hype ever. So yeah, that's wild to think about. That's true though. The advent calendars is like the most hype you could possibly, like, one at a time until that big day. Like what? Okay.
Got to build them into nice little consumers, right? You got to program them all for that consumerism. I know I propose that invest, skip, or flip. Me personally, in isolation, I said that I would skip Christmas. But as far as like having kids, like I'm not a big Christmas person, but having kids and having their excitement, like that makes me invest in Christmas. So from a total perspective, like family and the kids, and invest in it for that. I don't know where all the toys will go. The house is pretty much full between that and a bunch of my Pokemon stuff, but we'll sort it out, and maybe we'll have to donate some of the prior year's gifts so that they can make room for the new ones.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing around Christmas. Like your house just becomes, except for the day of Christmas itself and like Christmas Eve, maybe your house is all cleaned up and it looks good because that's the day and that's when it has to be. But the days leading up to it and the days after, it's just boxes everywhere. Things are like out of the closet, just sitting, you know, in corners. And it's like, oh, don't look at that part of the house because we had to tear it apart just to get to the Christmas ornaments. And we're going to wait until after we put them away. So just go over here. So like, yeah. Christmas is a crazy time of year, but that's the fun thing about Christmas, I guess. Like, you love it or hate it, it is very iconic. You know, it is what it is. And I think that a lot of Americans, and I know a lot of the rest of it's not just an American holiday, right? It's not totally worldwide, but it's
like a Christian holiday, right?
Okay, so it's more of a Christian than American holiday. I was trying to think, like, I know that there are other countries that celebrate, a lot of them celebrate Christmas, but not all of them. It's funny being like a Christian holiday, and not. But yeah, anyway, it's funny because you never know who celebrates what. So Christmas is always weird because it has all that baggage associated with it.
No, I'm a big fan.
What are the big holidays people celebrate? It's Christmas, Hanukkah. I went into this on the podcast. Kwanzaa, right?
Kwanzaa is a thing.
That was a thing. I'm sure it's still a thing, but I don't know how big.
As Retro was saying, I think it's a societal thing. It's not like a decade. It's not a.
Is there another holiday now, a new age, like a 2020 holiday I'm missing, like around?
There's probably a bunch more. I don't really know. I'm not super religious or anything like that, but I'm
not either. I celebrate Christmas, but I'm not like ultra, religious.
I'm a fan of it for just getting family together and all that. I really don't like the whole gift giving, gift receiving thing that much. It's more just getting family and stuff together for sure.
I like giving gifts better than receiving because I'm such a weird person that whenever I receive something, I feel like I owe you something back. And I can't live with myself owing anyone anything. So, and I know it's not a healthy way to think about gifts. I know that nobody who gives a gift to someone is like thinking like, okay, maybe they are, but maybe I'm spot on in this, but I don't think that's the real thought process. So I need to get over that whole thing. But I love giving gifts because I don't feel that way when I give something to someone. I don't feel like they owe me anything, but it's just like easy. It's like, oh, it feels good. Get the reaction out of them. They get a smile. It's like no big deal, whatever. When someone gives me something, it's like this whole big thing. I'm like, why'd they give that to me? What do I need to give them something better now? Yeah. So I saw there's a couple people who were jumping in and jumping out here, but it looks like there isn't anyone else in the queue. But if you have anything you'd like to kind of speak on or anything else, I do have a good one for you, a good little mystery choice to go between whenever you're ready to choose.
Yeah, I'm ready to choose. I will just say I don't want to hold this up, and I want people to get in and be able to be on stream as well. So whoever's been popping in and out, like hop back in. I'll wrap up, and you guys can be on screen next.
Well, happy holidays, Dan. I appreciate you for being on the stream as always. I want to shout out, even though you're not going to, I'm going to show your podcast, Pokey Flips. You guys, like I said to the other podcasters on here, are an inspiration to myself as a fellow Pokey podcaster. You guys do a great job with it, and I just want to commend you for that, and I hope you guys keep it up, just for no other reason other than just keeping Nick honest and on YouTube, you know what I mean? And for no other reason than that. Thank you for, doing that. So you're a great podcaster and a great content creator, regardless of what anyone says. I like you, Dan.
I appreciate that. And yeah, I'm glad to keep Nick's face coming back to YouTube. I don't believe him, what he said earlier. Kind of like MetaZoo with their whole statement about how they're going to change. I've been lied to before. Nick has lied to me before. I'm not going to believe him until I see it.
Okay, so for today, for your option, I have to include some graded promos or some promos here for some people to potentially grade themselves, because the cost of these promos, both graded and PSA 10, is pretty ridiculous. I'm not going to say how much each is which because one is more than the other, but they're both way more than they should be for what they cost raw. So these are both pretty good condition ones. They look fine from where I can see. There's no bends or anything. If you were going to give one away or put one in a mystery bag, in addition to all the other stuff though, Dan, which one of these would you rather grade or have to grade if you were going to choose?
See, I like the Mewtwo one better overall, but the Snorlax one is like Christmas vibes. I mean, you eat a bunch of food, maybe you have a couple of beverages, and then you just pass out. So I'm leaning Snorlax for the holiday vibes.
It also grades a lot easier. The Snorlax does. Like, finding a 10 quality of one of these is a lot easier than finding a 10 quality of one of these for whatever reason it is. So as the flipper grader man that you are, not a bad choice.
I actually did.
understand.
I graded the 10 of the Mewtwo myself, and I want to say I sold it for 140 a PSA 10 maybe.
They're pricey. Yeah, for a $2 card, it's a very pricey PSA 10. All right. Well, it grows. The stack is growing. Thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate you. Let's move on to the next guest here. And
Thanks for having me on. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to all.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you as well and your family. Thank you so much. All right, and on to the next guest here. You guys are going to like this guest because he rarely comes out of his cave, but it is a rare occurrence that he does, and I'm glad that he did because I had the pleasure of rooming with this gentleman in Denver, Colorado, and there's only one man who's crazy enough to room with me, at least one that I can think of, and he's here, guys, so none other than... Hello, Chris. Happy holidays, Mr. Weedles Warehouse. How you doing today?
Josh, what's going on, man? Appreciate you having me on the old channel. I don't know what you mean by I hardly ever come out of my cage, man. I'm coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine, as a wise Brandon Flowers once said.
I do love the Killers, and so the Killers is definitely one of my favorite bands. So you get mad respect for just quoting like nothing else, just the Killers. Real quick quote there, but yeah, that's right. I feel like I see you at least. So let me do a little shilling for you just a minute, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you guys haven't before, you have to go to eBay Live and check out my friend Weedles Warehouse. He has one of the coolest eBay Live channels you'll find. He's one of the top sellers on there. Him and my other friend, Old School Pokemon. Not to shout out, your competition or anything, but you guys have just been killing it on eBay Live. So if you've been wondering like what the deal is with eBay Live and you've been thinking about maybe checking it out, honestly, there's no better person than Chris right over here, over there, to just go pop in and say hello and see what it's like. He will not do you wrong. I'm sure he'll pull you some crazy stuff. He's pulled crazy things for my other friends, but yeah, what's going on, man? Sorry about shilling for you there, but I
appreciate it. Yeah, it's been great. eBay Live's been good. I'm actually going live here in about a half an hour again, so it's been great. It's been really busy, but I'm sure you know how that goes, coming from a background of Whatnot, ripping packs and running auctions, all that sort of thing.
Retired.
Oh yeah, retired now. But yeah, you know how it goes. Super busy trying to get everything prepared for the live show, and then the next day having to like pack everything and ship it out, and then always sourcing, having inventory on hand, having new inventory on hand, trying to keep things like refreshing. So yeah, it's really busy, but it's been good. It's been I don't know, eBay Live community has been a really great community. It's really different when compared to something like Whatnot. I did stream on Whatnot for a little over a year. I wasn't doing it full time. I'm doing it full time now with eBay Live. So the whole community there is it's completely different than what was on Whatnot. I like it a whole lot better. I've got like a solid group of community that like come in and join the lives every night. They'll there's like a certain group that'll like enjoy the auctions, and then a certain group that'll hang afterwards and like rip packs and just like stay around till like 3 or 4 in the morning and just like chat cards and talk shop and stuff like that. So it's been great, man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when we first got started rooming, or when we roomed in Denver, you were just kind of getting started with it. You had been doing it for maybe a month or something, and you're just saying how well it had been going then. I can only imagine it's grown. So it's a wonder that I could get you off of it for a minute. So that's really nice. I love your Christmas tree in the background, man. Is that something you did for the stream, or is that your like living room? Do you stream in your living room?
No, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's actually, I put that there for specifically for the streams. We had a big Cyber Monday event for eBay Live. I did a marathon, so I was streaming for 12 hours live on eBay Live. So I wanted to like make the background kind of festive going into like the holiday season and things like that. Just I don't know, have a nice little change of pace for the background. So I got the Christmas tree, and then I put that that little backsplash up there as well.
Are you typically a festive person around the holidays? Are you a very like, you look forward to Christmas, you're decorated the day after Thanksgiving?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty much the holiday cheermeister is what they call me.
Nice, I believe it, honestly. So what's your favorite thing about the holidays then? If you have a favorite thing.
Well, I have a big family. I always like just getting together with all my family. I have 2 brothers and 3 sisters, so we all get together at my parents' house every year. It's either at my parents' house or one of my brothers or sisters, and they all have kids, so it's always just a huge gathering. And that's all I always look forward to, is just like getting everybody together. And then of course, like all the good food. But yeah, primarily just getting everybody together and having a good time with the family.
Yeah, I feel like that's the whole vibe around the holidays, whether it's Christmas, Thanksgiving, that even though I always rag on Christmas for being like a consumerism holiday, it's always the family that really brings it together. So if you're out there and you're watching, spend some time with your family if you can. And if they're far away, give them a call or something. That's the best thing about the holidays for sure. It doesn't hurt, to go do that.
Did you submit any TCG requests to Santa when you went and sat on his lap this year?
Yeah, so I've had this PSA 9, well, it's like a BGS 9.5 Hidden Fates Charizard that I've submitted at least 3 times now, crack submitted, trying to get to 10. And at this point, the only thing I can do is ask Santa. I've tried everything else. I've slipped a $20 bill in with the grading. I've sent it to, multiple grading opportunities, different levels, and it's a 10, but they don't want to call it a 10. So I asked Santa this year, and maybe he'll come through, and we'll see about that.
So you sent it back to BGS every single time, or you've been like?
No, it was originally a BGS 9.5, and it had like triple 10s, and the centering was just a 9 point, or it was dual 10s and then 9.5, 9.5. And so the centering was 9.5, and then I think like the edges, but it was clean. And so I've been sending it to PSA ever since. So that's my wish from Santa, is that he will give that a 10, because that's going to go, it might go into my PC as many times as I've tried, and I still don't have a Hidden Fates Charizard for my set. And that was the one that I was like, for the longest time I never sent it. And yeah, so that's my wish from Santa, is that they'll finally give me the 10.
Nice. No, that's a good one. I actually just sent in a Hidden Fates Charizard to PSA for the second time, and it got 9'd once again. So I'm going to give it one more try, and then I'll probably just try and sell it as the 9.
Yeah, you're one behind. Yeah, so I'm on try number 3. So you're like one less than me at this point. You're at exactly. I know exactly where you're at. Once it 9's again, you might try one more, just because I know where your head's at. I said the same thing. So
it's like discussing our stages of denial here. Like we're in denial. This is not a 9. This is definitely a 10. It really is. Like I would chill it if I had it close by, but it's locked away somewhere.
No, mine too, straight up. Like I literally, with somewhere around here, the BGS like label, and that was like enough for me. But then I look at it, I'm like, oh, this is definitely a 10 in PSA any day. Like that was rough by BGS. And nope, PSA somehow had mind readers, and they know. So I'm just gonna keep that. They don't know how stubborn I am. That's the thing. I'm stubborn.
Yeah, I feel like all it takes is the right grader. Just on the right day, they just had an awesome night the night before, and you're good. You're Gucci. You're getting that 10. So yeah, keep pushing on, keep submitting it, and I'll do the same thing.
Well, so I did you wish for anything from Santa for TCG? I have to ask you the same thing before we move to the the happy holidays and the mystery. Oh, whoa, hello.
Yeah, Mrs. Weedle just surprised me with this when she came home from work earlier. I got myself a little Santa squishmallow.
Freaking adorable! I didn't know that existed. Is that an actual Santa hat attached to it, or did you put it on there?
No, that's an actual Santa hat attached to it. So yeah.
Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. That warms my dead heart, my cold dead heart.
I didn't realize those things were so huge. Like, I know they had like some specific Pokemon Center releases for a couple of those squishmallows. People go crazy over those things. Like that was all a couple of my nieces asked for Christmas. They're like big into them now, but I guess they're becoming like another collectible, kind of like Funko Pops or something.
Kind of like Funko Pops, kind of like Beanie Babies were, kind of like lounge fly bags, all these things that are collectible for a flash in the pan. These people should just do Pokemon cards. You know what? That's what I should tell. But the Squishmallows, that's another thing. They're so soft. Like I actually found one in the wild recently, and I got to squish it, and it was actually as softer than what I had imagined. So there's utility. Ain't nobody hugging on their Beanie Babies or their Funko Pops. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what does it look like, and for you as far as like your schedule for next year, getting into the cons, the collected cons? I don't know, maybe Worlds. Are you thinking about like Hawaii Worlds or what?
Yeah, so I'm going to be going to a ton of conventions and done a ton of traveling for the next year. This year I traveled more than I've ever done in my whole life, and that was like a blast, and I loved it. And I felt like even though it was more than I've ever traveled, I wanted to do double that almost next year. So I'm going to be trying to hit up 3 or 4 collecticons, definitely Card Party. I've told my fiance that Hawaii is probably going to be a thing, and we'll take a little vacation there because she's never been and she really wants to go. And if I can use it as like a dual vacation kind of thing, that would be fun. So
That'll be
Hawaii,
awesome.
yep. Card Party for sure. So I hope I'll see you, being a Florida native, in Card Party.
Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna do as much as I can, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll definitely be at Card Party. I haven't locked in all the collecticons yet, but I'm hoping for Orlando, Atlanta, New Jersey, and I think that's pretty much it for now. I mean, there's definitely going to be more, but those are the only 3 that I can see right now, like actually definitely happening.
We'll see each other then. We'll definitely see each other at a couple, because there's 2 or 3 of those that I may be even doing one of those that I haven't decided yet, but I might decide to at the last minute. So I think we'll get a chance. So that being said, I think that's a good time to kind of get on to the next section of Happy Holidays and maybe figuring out what's going to go into that mystery pack here. I have another guest who's in queue that I'm very excited for. But anyway, Chris, I know that you do a lot of pack ripping, just like I told Nick, and I know that people have choices, right? And I know that you probably have your own opinions here, but I'm going to say the same sort of situation. If you think, what do you think that someone would want? Given the option between an Evolving Skies pack to rip or a double Brilliant Stars rip, what do you think someone on one of your streams would go for, or what would be good in a mystery pack? Tell me your expert opinion. What should I put into this thing so I don't get hated? I don't want hate, you know?
Well, coming from experience and dealing with this every single night, I try to push Brilliant Stars on people because I have a lot of it built up. Like I still have a lot to unload, but Evolving, yeah, it's definitely Evolving Skies.
All right. So that being said, I will say I probably agree with you at conventions. The thing that people ask for the most, regardless if I'm like, are you sure it's expensive and you're going to be disappointed? It's this stupid set right here. So I thought I'd be able to entice you with 2 packs of Brilliant Stars, enough to go for that, because that's worth. Nope, he's going for it, and I think that the mystery pack winner will be also happy. Likewise, they chose that. So we're gonna put the Evolving Skies in, and it is the triumphant king of Sword and Shield block. Whether I want to say it is or not, it just runs rampant. So all right, it's getting good. It's getting juicy here, but. Happy holidays, Chris. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks so much for having me on, man. Appreciate the channel. Always watching all the podcasts as well. Appreciate all you guys out there that are watching as well. Looking forward to see all you guys at the upcoming conventions. I miss all of you guys. Hope all of you guys have Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays as well, man.
Thank you, sir. And I will see you at many and more live conventions. And I'm definitely going to be popping into some of your eBay lives. And everyone here should go check out Chris on eBay Live too. So at least go follow him and go check him out one of these nights. At least maybe after this podcast, you want to do something, go slide into his live. I know he'll be doing it. So thanks again, man.
Thanks, man. I'll see you later.
All right, and just like that, what a good one. I don't get Chris on the channel often enough, so it's always a holiday, a special moment when I can get him on here. The next guest is someone that I actually haven't had on the channel yet being the key word, because this is someone who's been on my radar for quite some time. He is a friend of the channel. We're in many Discords together. We talk and interact with the comments and stuff, and I really love this guy's takes, especially when it comes to vintage. So none other than welcome the Pull Father to the channel here. I want to say welcome, man. It only takes one. I love your whole vibe, your whole channel. But happy holidays. How you doing?
Good, man. How's it going? Merry Christmas to you and everyone. And happy to be here. Love the holiday season. 'Tis the season of giving.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Your mic started out really strong and just went in and out a little bit. So maybe see if
we're on a small budget here.
Oh, there we go. That's a little better. Sweet. Well, man, thanks for coming through. I love your channel. The whole vibe that you give with the vintage and like, you got to risk it for the biscuit, and really just talking about quality mostly is what it seemed. PSA 10, low pop and all that stuff. I really enjoy that whole vibe. So thanks so much for coming on. But what's going on for you for the holidays? Like, you got any big pull father plans? You got like a first edition base set pack? You're ripping with the family, letting the 7-year-old, open it up for the first time?
No, it's definitely so I'm going to Canada for visit some family. My wife and her family's up there along with my family. So it's always a fun hike from Florida to Canada, see some snow, turn on the Christmas spirit. I got one of these. I need to figure out what we're gonna do with this soon.
Yes, let's go. I don't have mine with me right now. My best friend and I, we have a fossil first edition. He has it at his house now. I had it here for like 2 years, but man, that's a cool box. Did you just get that?
Yeah, you know what? And I just kind of figured, 'tis the season, why not? Try and just break even on it. Give a chance for everyone to open one up for fun.
Well, will you shill? I know what you're doing, but will you possibly, for the guests in the chat, anyone who doesn't know, maybe they're not in the Discords that we're in, will you tell people what your plans are for that box? Because I know you have big plans for that.
Just kind of, let's all have some fun, just open it up. I break even on it, I'm happy with it. I'm not looking to make any money on it. It's supposed to be fun,
So you bought it to rip it, to actually open it?
What's that?
You bought it to rip it, to open it? That's the intention?
Yeah, then I'm going to sell the packs off so we can, just break even on it, keep it as low as possible. No one likes to put forth a lot of money towards this stuff, so I figure do it at a good price and let's just have some fun. That's what it's all about.
Well, nice. So what are you selling the packs for? Can I help to sell it? First of all, are they sold out? Because I don't want to sell it if it's sold out. So
no, I honestly haven't started selling them just because of the holidays and it gets busy and stuff like that. But I think I'm looking at I'm landing at 300 a pack just to cover shipping. So
well, nice. So you heard it here, folks. I won't hold you to that final price or anything, but you should definitely, DM the Pull Father, get in there before they sell out. There's only 36 slots. And if you've been looking to open up a fossil first edition box, which it's a pretty crazy box, very expensive, with some awesome hits. Dragonite's one of my favorite Pokemon. It's like top 3 for me. So yeah, I mean, that one and the errors and just the crazy stuff that's in there, definitely hit them up because you want to get in on that. And you're a man of your word. I believe you're an honorable man. So I trust when it's coming from you that you're not going to swap it with G.I. Joe cards, So, and if it is, at least they're high quality G.I. Joe.
I don't even know where to find G.I. Joe cards, honestly.
They're expensive these days, I bet. I have one booster pack. Where is it? I thought I had one up here somewhere. Ah, yes, I do.
Wow, look at that. It is
from none other than the basic trainer himself. This is from the Leonhardt pop-up shop. He gave it to me.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah, so man, Canada, that's exciting. Like I've only been close to Canada. I've never been to Canada. I went to Chicago when I was younger, and that's as close as I've gotten. So that's not that close. But I feel like if I went over the lake, I would have been in Canada. So but I've always wanted to go. I started watching hockey when I was in high school. I never played it. I never grew up in an area where hockey was big, but like I had a lot of friends in high school who liked the Sharks, San Jose Sharks. And
sure.
A bunch of games, and hockey games are just so fun. Like the energy in a hockey game is just great. And so watching live and stuff, that's fun. So I would really love to go to Canada because I started getting more into the Canadian culture after watching a lot of hockey, like a whole lot of it. And it made me really more interested in the whole country, to be honest, which is funny. So
I know where I'm from, the city of Tampa has become a hockey town. And it's, being in Florida, hockey's not a sport here. It's baseball, football, and what are we known as? A hockey town. So a lot of my family usually rips on me for being a Lightning fan, all being Canadian. So that's okay. But
so the wife is from Canada.
So my wife's from Canada. I met her up in Canada, and then we got married there. And then so where she's from in Canada is right across the border from Detroit. And fortunately, when I was up for my wedding, I was a day before the wedding. I left actually to meet up with Josh the Greenshes, and we got lunch, did a deal.
That's awesome. On the
yeah.
wedding. Yeah, because that just happened, right? That was just this last year.
Yeah. Just this past year.
Congratulations, man. I remember,
Thanks.
seeing the pictures and stuff. That's really cool. That's awesome. So this is the first like Christmas with your new wife, and like that's really exciting. So you
Yeah.
probably met the family and all that many times
Oh
before.
yeah. Big Italian family, so you always got to come hungry. If you don't come hungry, it doesn't look good.
So what are they cooking? Do you know?
Oh yeah, it's a ton of Italian food. So you got homemade pasta. They'll do ravioli. They'll do all the fishes and so forth. So
Like a bronzino situation type thing?
like you mean for Italian food or fish?
Like the fish, like a bronzino, like Italian bronzino kind of thing. Like
Just different types of fish to mix it up. You got to get 7 in, so there's so many you do. It's different variety.
wait,
Some will do fried
7? What do you
fish,
mean
some
7? You got to get 7 fishes in. I've never
will-
heard that.
7 different type of fishes, so it's a lot.
Is that a Christmas thing? Like, what is that, an Italian thing?
Yeah,
Please
it's Italian
enlighten me.
Catholic thing, but I mean, none of us are hard religious, but a lot of the old school Italian folks like really stick to the tradition hard. So we'll crack open some bottles of wine, eat some fish, eat really late, and just have a good time.
That's really cool. I love hearing that because that's something I didn't like. It didn't cross my mind really. So that's really neat.
Yeah.
Well, is there any other like crazy holiday stuff or big holiday stories that come to mind for you, for maybe that you want to enlighten the stream with?
I forgot. My sister just had a baby too, so I get to meet my nephew for the first time.
That's
Forgot about that.
exciting.
Yeah, so really excited to get, and she lives in Canada too, so get to do a two for one up there. But no, just Christmas is for me. I get a lot of joy and excitement making other people happy. That's kind of always been a thing for me. I get a lot of joy and happiness from making other people happy. So when it comes to Christmas, I really emphasize 'tis the season of giving, and I love making everyone. I love giving another smile to someone that needs one. So that's just kind of my thing. I don't know, spirit of giving. So.
I mean, that's kind of the whole thing. Like, I feel like even me being the Scrooge that I am and feeling the way I do about Christmas, I can't help but get caught up in it, especially watching the Christmas movies and the sentiment that goes around, and everyone's in like a good mood, except for if you're out shopping, in which case it's the exact opposite. I feel like people forget that whole Christmas thing, but But yeah, I feel like Christmas is a great time of year. And as I've grown older, I mean, you probably maybe can attest to this. I feel like it gets even more special as you grow older somehow. Because like when you're a kid, it's special too. But like when you're older, it's special in a different way, I guess. So it's weird.
No, for sure.
So I have a fun little. This is not a great. It's crazy. It's not too crazy, but it's a fun like either or sort of situation that we're gonna add in here.
Let's do it.
But before that, do you want to say any last like happy holidays or anything like that? Anything I can clip maybe to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, or whatever for the
everyone, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. This is the hobby. We make it for what it is. 'Tis the season of giving, and I'm excited to meet each and every one of you guys. Just Christmas is great, and just being able to do the Secret Santa with you guys is awesome. So Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy New Year. Everyone stay safe, have good health, and let's have a good time.
Okay, so this next one, neither of these sets are very popular, but I personally think they both have something to offer. Okay. And in the case of if you're just ripping packs from Sword and Shield era, you're going to come across the beginning of the Sword and Shield era, of the Darkness Ablaze, Vivid Voltage era, the era pre like alternate art, but after the beginning where there's literally nothing. So you still have something in these. So this next option is going to be 2 booster packs of either Vivid Voltage or Darkness Ablaze, because when you're talking about a big slew of packs to open, what would you rather have a chance at opening? What do you think the viewer might have a chance at opening? A Charizard or a Pikachu potentially? So I'll leave that up to you on this one.
Those are honestly probably the 2 most iconic cards of Sword and Shield era is the Pikachu VMAX and the Charizard VMAX.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and they've fallen so far. They've fallen so far.
They do. However, with the Charizard Rainbow VMAX not being available in Darkness Ablaze and that being a Champion's Path, I think I'm going to have to go for Vivid Voltage.
I don't think there's a person on the planet who would, if given the choice between the two, if they really knew the difference between the two, would choose the Darkness Ablaze of the two. So, sir, I believe you did the right choice, and you gave at least a chance at a potentially, what's that Pikachu at, like $100 now, $90, something like that?
It's fairly inexpensive right now. It's fairly cheap for what it was, right? I mean, 2 years ago, you're talking big dollars. Now you pick one up pretty fairly easily.
So sorry, Charizard, but looks like Pikachu in this case is a easy win, and that's not even talking about the amazing rares and all the other kind of great
Right.
Pulsar and Vivid Voltage.
Right.
It's like, it's, to be honest, Vivid Voltage is a stacked set. Like, it's not a terrible. Okay, let me take that back. It's not a stacked set, but
Right.
it's not the worst set compared. So yeah, all right. I think that's a good choice. I think you did a good job for the the winner of that one, getting that one over Darkness Ablaze. And what's a mystery pack without, a Vivid Voltage or Darkness Ablaze pack in it, honestly? So, chat, it had to happen. I'm sorry. But what is a mystery pack without one of that type of era of a Sword and Shield pack in it? We just did, like, Brilliant Stars and Evolving Skies. What do you want from me? What do you want? Okay, so I appreciate you for coming on, buddy.
I appreciate the invite. It was great actually getting to talk to you and meet you. And so,
Yeah, and I'll say the same thing I said to you, or I mentioned in the beginning, is we'll definitely have to get you on the channel because you've been on my mind for a while now, trying to get a trainer spotlight. I doing weekly podcasts, believe it or not, it's a lot for me, and I feel like I can do a lot more. So once I get that sorted out, I'm going to be also trying to add in at least bi-weekly trainer spotlights, and you're definitely on the list for that. So I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. And thank you again for the invite on this channel. It's awesome.
Absolutely. And happy holidays, man. I'll see you hopefully soon, and a happy new year to you as well.
You too. Take care. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year. And remember, guys, it only takes one.
Nice. That's a perfect way. All right. So this next guest is somebody who I was surprised came out to visit, because it's been so long since I've had the pleasure of getting the chance to see him. And so I know that if I'm feeling this way, a lot of you guys are going to be feeling this way about him. This is probably one of the only people on the YouTube that I think has a better set of locks than me. Now he cut some of them off since the last time we spoke, I believe, but I still know it's there. I still see what's underneath those slightly shortened, beautiful locks of his. So that being said, everyone, welcome to the channel. Welcome once again to the channel, Mr. ETurner City Collectibles himself. Who's that Colson guy? Oh yeah, it's Colson. That's right. That's ETurner City. How you doing, man? Merry Christmas.
Chillin', bruh. Merry Christmas. How you doing?
Dude, honestly, this is a Christmas treat to have you on the channel. This is a fantastic situation. Since the last time we talked, it's a whole new background there. So definitely feeling the holiday cheer having you on. But how you doing, man? What's new?
Oh, I'm good, man. I just came on to debate you about English versus Japanese for 2 hours, but I don't know if that's
well, I mean, I'll go round and around for circles with that one, and it will never ever. It's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Even if you give scientific, empirical evidence of one coming before the other, I'm still gonna argue it because that's just me, baby. Merry Christmas. But what's you? What have you still living up in like the Pacific Northwest area?
Yeah.
Down to Florida like the rest of the Spicy Boys did.
No. I'm still north of Seattle, just living. I'm in a new place since the last time you probably saw me.
Hence the new background, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. So what are you doing for the holidays?
Oh, it's nothing super special because I don't really have much family out here, but it's just spending time with my mom, my little brother. So that's family,
special,
Yeah. No, it's always great. It's always great.
So going to mom's house then?
Yeah. It was kind of weird. This last Thanksgiving I hosted. Yeah, it was weird. But my mom and my little brother came over to my 2-bedroom apartment, and we basically just like microwaved a bunch of like random stuff. It was really funny. But I don't know. I'm glad to be going over to her place this time.
I mean, it would be a similar situation if it was just like me and Sarah cooking together. I mean, so I totally get it because we have a really small
Yeah.
place and our kitchen is not very like tip top either. So
Yeah.
I hear it, but that's cool, dude. I remember like the first time I had like my parents over instead of going to their place because this sounds like it's probably one of those situations for you, and it's always weird. It's definitely weird, but it's one of those things you kind of go through and you do it, and you're like, all right, I'm cool. Now we're doing it at your place the next time, and we're good off that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So is mom making anything delicious? Does she have like a holiday meal she does well that you're looking forward to?
I don't know, man. I used to have a lot of stuff, but I recently went pescatarian, so the holidays kind of suck for me when it comes to like, like chicken, turkey, like
Dude,
frying,
crab. You're
rib.
literally in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah,
Like you're in
she was
Dungeness
talking.
crab area. You guys should know better than
Yeah,
anyone.
I
You can
know,
have
I
crab for
know,
Christmas, no
I
problem.
know. Yeah,
Pescatarian
she was
life.
asking. She was asking about crab, so
Do
that's
it.
probably
It's
what I'll
so
be
easy.
eating.
It's so
Yeah.
chill.
Yeah.
Like you
That'll
don't
be
even have
good
to cook
too.
the thing. You put it, it's iced. You just put it in the fridge, and you warm some butter up. You crack it. You serve it. It's fantastic. Like literally, I'm gonna show crab because I'm also in the same. You and I, we're cut from the same cloth as far as where we're from. And we have delicious Dungeness crab this part of the world.
Mhm.
So as
That's
a
cool.
pescatarian, I was a pescatarian for several Thanksgiving and holidays when I was
Oh,
in
nice.
my early 20s. I was a vegetarian for like 2 or 3 years, and then I
Oh,
slowly
awesome.
I changed to pescatarian, and then I started eating like free range and like well sourced
Yeah,
meats.
yeah.
But that's my journey, and now I eat everything. But it's been about 5 or 6 years of that journey to like complete it. Now I just kind of eat whatever. I feel like moderation is important in everything, but I don't like
Yeah.
pick and choose. I kind of eat everything, but yeah, I feel like there's options for pescatarians. Like
Yeah, for sure. No, that's why I went pesc instead of vegetarian because I guess I'm doing the reverse route where I'm like starting to you, like I'm starting pesc so I can like later build up to vegetarian and then we'll see from there, like years down the
interesting.
road.
So you don't want to abandon it yet. You're like, I need at least a little bit of seafood.
Yeah, no, not before I go to Japan and like eat
Oh.
sushi and like I mean I just love fish and sushi's like my favorite thing. So there's still that carnal desire in me that can't give it up right now.
So when you going to Japan, I didn't think I heard about that. That's exciting. That's like
I
literally
don't
the top of
know.
my list. So
I was thinking this summer, but I still have to kind of sort it out. But there's a good chance this summer. Yeah, that's
for
kind
any
of the good
particular
chance.
reason, or just kind of because you're at a point in your life where you're like, I need to travel now, otherwise I might not. Or...
yeah, kind of that, and kind of like I kind of just can, like I'm young and I have a pretty free schedule right now. Like I can just click time away on eBay, boom, for a week and just like go wherever the fuck I want, like and it won't be like that forever. And I've wanted to go to Japan since like I was like 15. So I don't know. It's like the one place and I was actually gonna go. I was gonna go on a school trip and then COVID happened. And then I was gonna go another time and then something came up. So it has like been like planned and canceled multiple times. And I just need to like just send it and do it because I know I'll have a great time. And I don't know. That's yeah.
I can't say I disagree with you. Like I'm now thinking I want to go to Japan, but I should have went to Japan when I was a lot younger. So like you're definitely in the right wavelength there. So I
Okay.
think you should do it, man. I think if you can, you should. And at the very least, you should try to go to one of these collecticons so I can see you again.
Oh yeah. I'm
Right.
coming
You're
to.
withholding yourself from the hobby, my friend.
Oh, I know. Well, that's another thing. I'm in the Christmas spirit because I just got the email that Bai's refunding me all this money that they've had held up for 6 months.
What? Why?
So I won't explain the long thing, but like there's something called the Bai wallet that you can use to make bigger purchases, basically above the $6,000 range.
Oh wow!
And you can only make purchases on that with that money, but something got messed up and the return date, there's like an expiry date for that money once you put it in. It's kind of like do you know Zen Market, how they do it?
I don't use them,
So
I don't know.
they basically, you'll put your money in and it'll be like you can't spend until you already have sent money to their account and it's in their balance. That's kind
weird.
of like it's but Bai kind of did a similar thing, but then I went through this whole process once I put money in there, and then it was like boom bam boom. They couldn't get my money back. I had to wait the whole 6-month expiration date.
That's brutal,
and
man.
Finally, like, I just got the email today that
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry. So I can finally. That's kind of why I've taken a bit of a break, just like letting things calm down. Don't really need to buy. I don't know if I told you about that big collection I purchased about 6 months ago. I don't know. It was a while back, but it was like multiple full sets of old vintage Japanese sets, like complete binder sets, like all of E series, all of a bunch of stuff.
Oh man,
in mint condition, and that was a pretty
So you've been working through that basically. Is that where?
Yeah, I'm still working through that. Grading the non-hollows now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, trust me, man. I've been there. Like there's some really, really good mid-era non-hollows that you can definitely grade out for the 30.
Especially E series. Yeah, E series is good.
Absolutely, and they grade pretty easy too. The E series stuff tends to, at least the English does. I don't grade a lot of Japanese, obviously, but the English stuff grades really easy. Like I've sent stuff that I thought for sure were 9, and it's gotten 10s. And I was like, okay. I was gonna take a 9 on that, but okay. So that's nice.
Yeah, no, it's good.
So, have you had a chance to open any 151, Colson? I know you're not much of an English guy. Are you a enjoyer of the set?
I think it's great for the people who love it. My kind of thing with sets is I'm always like, whatever I don't like is probably really awesome and everyone likes it, and whatever I do like Paradox Rift, everyone hates it. Like that's kind of like how
I forgot that you love those weird Pokemon that nobody else likes. I remember it now. So 151's awful. So never mind. Hold on. Let me go. Let me get something weirder than this. This is
no, 151's a great set. It's
Pokemon Go themed anyway. I'm gonna do a pen theme for you. I was gonna give you a 151. Jesus. But we gotta put a pin in here. And so did you play Pokemon Go, Colson?
Oh yeah. Come on.
Okay.
I was
who was your team?
I was like 13 when it came out.
What team are you?
Choose? Oh, I chose the red one.
So you would. Okay, yeah, fair enough. That makes sense to me. That tracks. So whoever the viewer is going to get also a nice little official Pokemon Go team Valor.
Valor.
The villain team is going to get thrown into that mystery pack too. Because what's mystery pack without a Pokemon enamel pin in it? Garbage like that. Are
you going to LA Collecticon?
I am. LA,
okay, good.
New Jersey, Chicago, and I might sprinkle in a couple others depending on time, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to LA and Orlando. Those are like set for me.
So I'm doing Card Party instead of Orlando. I might do both, but I just don't know if my inventory is going to be able to handle both at the time.
Yeah.
Just depending. Yeah. So.
Oh, you're vending at Card Party too.
Yes, I'm definitely vending on Card Party. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't go. Like I feel like that is going to be the best convention of the year. So.
Yeah, I'm really sad I can't make it, but I don't know. It's just too soon. It's like 2 weeks after Orlando or something.
Right, I'm not going to Orlando because of it. I feel like that's a
valid.
hot take. You know what I mean?
That's valid. No, that's valid. I think it's valid. It's kind of like, I mean, Card Party is just so cool for just a Pokemon collection. Convention kind of. It's like very specific. You'll get to meet a ton of big Pokemon names, and I don't know. That appeals to me for sure.
And just the activities, right? There's
it
Collecticon's
was
got a
more
ton
fun.
of booths for vendors, but there's just tons of stuff happening, like things. So yeah,
for sure.
Well, do you want to say maybe a little clip that we can clip afterwards, a happy holidays or a thank you to the viewers or anything? Maybe you want to shill something you got coming up. I mean, are you starting a podcast too? Everyone's starting a podcast, which I'm happy for it. But if you are, please tell us now.
No podcast in the works. I just say, like, I don't know. This is a great idea. I really like this kind of call in holiday show. Just love of the hobby. No darkness, no bearishness. We're just enjoying. We're just as the prices go down in the holidays, our spirits go up. Yeah. Thank you for bringing me on, and thanks for putting this on for sure.
No, from the bottom of my heart, I meant it when I said it. It made my holiday, when I saw you pop into the queue down there. So I appreciate
thanks,
you coming
man.
on. Thank you. And we're gonna have to. I'm gonna do like another big live stream with a bunch of friends and stuff. Which maybe it'll be more of a market talk type thing where we're talking more Pokemon, and we just kind of have a bunch of people call in, and maybe we'll have to get some of the people we don't see as often getting on there. So you'll have to try to pop in for that.
Oh, I'm super down. Yeah. That sounds great.
Be a lot of fun. Well, thanks, Colson. And if that is the team or what is that? Valor, we'll forgive you for that. And that's the choice on the mystery pack. We'll go on to the next guest here.
Sweet.
Oh, man.
Peace.
Oh, shoot. Sorry for cutting you off there at the end. So while we're waiting for our next guest here, it's going to be most likely Peaked at Chew. I'm going to take just a quick moment. I'm going to thank all of you guys for watching. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Consider subscribing. I know most of you already are. We are going to be doing our weekly podcasts going into the future here. We're going to be doing it live on Retro's channel and then pre-recorded on mine, so going back and forth. And we'll be having some new guests and stuff on in the new year. So some people you guys may know or may recognize, I'm sure. But for all your continued support, I greatly appreciate you guys. Hopefully this has kind of been a fun stream. I didn't know what I was exactly doing when I was making this kind of thing. I just kind of sent the invitation out to a bunch of folks and hoped that they would show up, and a bunch of people did. So I appreciate that. Speaking of Retro, I see him in the chat, and he needs to get his butt in here so that we can both chill our podcast together. And say happy holidays, because even though I had them for like 2.5 or 3 hours yesterday, or 2 days ago or something, I'm feeling greedy. I need more. But if you guys have any suggestions for content you guys would like to see coming into the new year, my intention is to, once we get the podcast all settled and sort of set in stone weekly, and we're grinding it out, and it's easy for us to it's not a problem, it's easy for us to get going, I would like to work in another weekly potential segment. So if you guys have any thoughts or anything that you'd like to see, let me know, because I want it to be more than just like me going live and doing like a market talk or something, or like looking at graded cards. So I don't know. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about it. So let's go through some of the comments here, because I haven't been able to keep up with any of them. I see Mason was in the comments there, and he said he wasn't able to come tonight, but I greatly appreciate him, thinking about it, and we'll get Mason on the channel soon. But Mason, good friend of the channel here. Walrus, I know that you said you were busy tonight, but you got to get on here so that we can, say happy holidays, so you can say sorry to everyone in the chat whose feelings you've hurt over the year, because I'm sure there's a few of them. Nice seeing some of you guys. You guys are ridiculous. I love the live chat. Personally, the best thing about Pokemon Lives is being a part of the live chat, and so seeing just all of it go down, it makes me sad that I can't be a part of it like I normally am. But, oh no, apparently the Vivid Voltage Darkness Ablaze aspect of the mystery pack is not going to be exciting. So, well, you know what? You guys say that now, but whoever wins that is going to pull like the Rainbow Rare Pikachu from Vivid Voltage, and they're going to be singing a different tune. So I don't know what you guys are saying. Vivid Voltage is good. Okay, here's the point where Colson came on, moving through. I think Jake from Pokenomics also texts saying that he was driving right now, but I think he said he's going to try to get in here. So excuse me for just a moment, chat, while I try to check the Discord. Oh, he did. Okay, so Jake says he was driving all day, so he may or may not come in, but hopefully he is. But I'm going to give Peak a few minutes here and kind of interact with the chat, and then if you guys have any other last-minute requests or anything you'd like to see happen here, I'm going to also throw in a couple of remainder little things that we didn't get to at the end of the stream here. But we were going to do an either or. What's the better base set? So I'm going to throw both these packs into the mystery packs. So we got like 7 or 8 packs here. We got like a couple pins, a junk slab, some promos, nice little stack. So in order to win these cards, what you have to do is comment down below. We're going to let this go all the way to New Year. So even though it's a Christmas holiday giveaway, we know that it's probably not going to be watched all the way through. People aren't going to get around to watching it until maybe around the New Year's, potentially. And so we're going to let the giveaway go all the way until then. So to be in the giveaway, to win the mystery pack, all you have to do is comment down below, be subscribed to the channel, and please, if you don't mind, like the video as well. If you do all those 3 things, we're going to put everyone who commented down below, no matter if you commented and you didn't know that it was for the giveaway or not. There's nothing you have to comment in particular. Just leave any comment. And then we'll do a random picker. And then at the end of it, after the first, we'll announce it either on the Instagram or a video or the podcast or something, and we'll send a little holiday mystery pack to you. So I appreciate everyone who came in and participated. It's just kind of a funny little last minute decision. It's nothing big. You know, I'm not Danny Phantom. I can't give away God packs like with a vintage pack of every set from WotC. But you know, it's just something fun that we can kind of do to participate in, and I appreciate you guys who did participate. So. Oh yes, and another thing, we are going to do one thing while we're waiting for Peak and while we're giving Retro a chance to potentially get in here, because I know he's in the chat. We're also going to throw in, this is the best part of the giveaway. This is also going to be in the mystery pack, is a booster pack of the Series 2 Collector Edition Beanie Baby cards. So you all know how much Beanie Babies, how hot they are right now. And so we're going to open one up so that we can shill these packs and show you just how hot they are. And so that's going to be what you have to really look forward to. So if you didn't already like and subscribe and leave a comment, or once the video goes live, then you have to leave the comment, because if you just leave it in the live chat, there's no way I'm going to be able to do, so leave the comment after the video has gone live, and let's open up a little collector's series. Okay, so Beanie Baby packs, the thing about these, what you're looking for, every single card, every single Beanie Baby has a 1-of-1 serialized card that is signed by the owner, TY, hand signed with the signature, and has a gold 1-of-1 stamp on the card. But every other card is worthless. So even the chase cards are probably worthless. I don't know, maybe not worthless. Maybe someone like me, they're worth something, but we're looking for signature cards. If we get a signature card out of this, we're going to go run around the block, and we're going to scream like, it's Christmas or something. Okay, so you get some stickers with it. Oh, we got a new challenger. Okay, so we're going to let the challenger
let's get it.
How's it going, Thrift? Whoops.
Can you hear me good?
Yes, there we go.
Bro,
how are you doing? So you're here just in time to make fun of me for opening up these Beanie Baby cards. Merry Christmas, by the way. Happy New Year. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa.
Yeah,
you strike me as a Kwanzaa celebrator.
Bro,
right?
the Kwanzaa shit got me so good today, bro. I was like people just stopped celebrating Kwanzaa in the 90s or something.
No, I mean, nobody says it in their greetings, their holiday greetings. It's like they forget about it anymore. It's like I grew up in a time where literally, if you didn't say Kwanzaa, you're some sort of a bigot or something. And it's like, so that's what I'm saying. Give it Kwanzaa the love. Got to give it the love, and we also give these Beanie Baby cards the love here, Thrift. Have you ever
I'm with it, bro. Big screen yourself. I want to see these things.
Okay, let's see here.
Nobody needs to see this, Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't know if you guys can check that. Like, you see how they have texture?
Bro, that shit's embossed or some shit.
Every single card is that way. So like these things, this is why they went out of business. It wasn't because the Beanie Babies sucked. It's because they put all their profit into making these cards and like way too good, way too cool.
Yeah. This is high quality entertainment, dude. What the fuck?
Oh, what is this? Oh, is that a bear? Oh, okay. Almond. That's kind of a bear. I think the bears are the ones that you want, right?
It is a bear, but not the right bear.
No, you want the bears that are like on like bipedal. Oh,
Okay, the kitty. Jesus, those things are crunchy, boy.
Yeah, they stick together. That's the one thing. They're like Topps cards, is they stick. So good luck getting PSA 10s on these. Not
right.
that
I think I had that one. I think
I'm pretty sure I have a lot of these. I was lightweight, massive
like
Beanie
the
Baby
minis,
whale.
too.
Like I found them before I found Pokemon cards, and that was the problem.
Okay, I got this one. I had
Kitty,
that one.
right? Yeah. Did you collect them when you were younger too?
Oh yeah, big time. Oh, I made my mom drive for hours to get these things, dude. I was not stopping.
My same little cousin that I told the story at the beginning of the stream about having the Pokemon cards with, she also collected Beanie Babies with me. She was a year younger. We got our parents to drive us all over. It was sad because when I found Pokemon cards, is like I just dropped them. I was like, the meme.
Bye, Princess Diana Bear. Sorry, I did pay $70 for you, but my fault.
Did you also? Because I paid $75 for mine.
Yeah, $70, dude.
Dude, it was a Hallmark. It was literally. Hold on, I need to get you.
Fucking scalping ass Hallmarks. They tried us.
Well, actually, not Hallmark. It was a papyrus. It was papyrus, which if you guys are in the
I
South,
don't know nothing
like
about papyruses, but
they're a California like chain thing. But if you guys know, they'd be out here taxing for Beanie Babies then. So, Rifty, it's been too long. How are you? I'm so glad you stopped by. Thank you.
I missed you in Denver. I missed you. Where else did we go? I missed you in
Charlotte. Did you go to Charlotte?
Yeah, I was in Charlotte. But
oh, see, I didn't do Charlotte, so I missed you at that one. Yeah.
We're gonna be at a bunch though this year, I think. So that'll be fun.
Well, I feel like you're gonna be at Long Beach, right?
Yeah.
So Long Beach, you're definitely gonna be at. I'm sure you're gonna be at Chicago, maybe.
Yeah. Walrus and Ponga said that they would take me to the Bean. So
I might have to get in on that.
If I get a trip to the Bean, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I forgot the Bean is there, and that's kind of a big deal.
I gotta see the Bean, dude.
I might have to go. We might have to go with you guys with that. That's a good call. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's Chicago's gonna be a fun time. Like honestly, the announcement for all the different locations, it's gonna be good.
I've never seen Chicago.
I went when I was a kid, but I was young, so it didn't count. So it'll be like the first time for me, basically.
Yeah, that's good.
So we got big plans for the holiday. Anything exciting? You staying in town or you going out?
Yeah, staying home. My friend, my sister is up in Rhode Island, and my dad's in Virginia, so it's just like too cold, and I'm super all set on that. So I'll just hang out in Florida. It's actually kind of chilly here today. What's the temp right now? I was freezing.
Chilly for Florida.
I was freezing earlier, and it was like, let's see what the temp is. 68, bro. That's
freezing at 68, dude.
That's
oh my lord.
That's yeah. I should actually.
Florida girl,
bro. It's under 70 degrees. That is chilly. I'm my fort, dude.
I suppose.
I'm drinking hot chocolate. I got a hoodie on. Like this shit is.
You're in the holiday spirit. As holiday as it gets down there, you know. I mean, with palm trees. So, do you have a palm tree instead of a Christmas tree in your house? Is that what you do? Like a mini one, wrapping it with the.
This is like my decorations. I have like Mickey and Minnie right here. They're these big ass like thingies. I just decorated like 2 days ago. So bad. I was like, Jesus, I need to get this place ship shape. Like this is just dark.
Sarah wouldn't let me get away with not decorating early this year. So if we're gonna stay home, she was like, we gotta at least have it. And I agree with her in that. If we're gonna be here, we have to at least be. So are you doing any do you have a special Christmas meal you're gonna order out and kind of get delivered, or have something planned, or you have something you cook or something for yourself? Or
interesting, because on the Colson pack of Trader Joe's on a holiday, I may or may not be stocking up on bao buns from Trader Joe's. So my fort, dude.
Bao buns are delicious. There's nothing wrong with that.
From Trader Joe's, underrated. I will say
I haven't had that specific one, but just in general, a good bao bun is
okay.
Yeah.
Here's another thing I got for you. I don't know if you guys mess with this, but here's a stuffing tip. If you're for the stuffing heads out there, okay? This is like secret family recipe shit, okay? So I'm gonna spill this to you guys live. It's like one of my favorite things to put in stuffing is chopped up water chestnuts, and also throw in like ground sausage. Do not at me, just try it.
The sausage I've heard of. Yeah.
Like if you don't have those two things in, I think like you're not experiencing it all. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of that's where I'm at with it. Just a
so
tip.
I've done the sausage, or I haven't done it personally, but I've had I've had the sausage in the stuffing situation. Stuffing is my favorite side dish.
It is my favorite side dish. Like
yeah. Like a good stuffing, to me, it can't be mushy. It can't be all mushy. It has to have a nice crisp on the side, but it can't be dry either. It's got to be like the perfect. So when I make stuffing, I like doing it in the bird and then taking it out and then baking it, and then so it gets crispy and stuff.
I think that's like violating for some reason. I'm also
being the one who puts it in the bird. Yes, it feels violating. Yes, but that being said, it's delicious and it makes up for it in the taste. Okay,
I get it. I just am like, ugh.
I put it in a cheesecloth. I put all the stuffing in a cheesecloth so that it's easy to just take out and it's not like all gross to scoop out. I mean, maybe this is getting TMI, and then you just plop. It just takes it out, and then you put it into the baking dish and you bake it, and it gets all crispy and it's delicious. It is so good. But I'll have to try the water chestnuts.
Water chestnuts. Chop them up, and it adds like just like a crisp, like a crunch to it that you didn't know you needed. I swear. I promise you this.
Well, nice. I didn't know that I was going to be getting some delicious cooking tips on tonight, but I should have known to ask everyone.
I don't cook at all. Like I can't cook, and I like
family secrets though.
I miss this dearly. Like it's rough. Anyways,
that's the thing. Like if you have a family dish that your family does really well that you don't get, it's hard to recreate that. So hopefully next year you'll be able to get it, because there's always next year.
I just gotta ask my aunt for the legit ass recipe, because I am so bad.
Not the same. It's not the same.
Yeah, I'm so bad. It's just I literally I went over to Ernie's for Thanksgiving because I'm like, I'm not cooking, dude. And then that was like the best holiday. I might do that again this year, just like for this shit. Because
so did Ernie cook then?
No, his mom cooked. And then if you got a Cuban mom, you just go to that friend's house. If your friend is Cuban, you go to that friend's house and you get the best food that you've ever eaten. It's the best. It's dope. It's the best way to do a holiday. I'm convinced.
That's funny.
I'm convinced, dude. Anyways, you got anybody else in here? What do we got?
Retro, so we got a couple people in queue, so we'll kind of wrap it up, and I have a little either or for you on this one.
All right.
So with this one, we're gonna be. Let's see, what are we gonna do? Here it is. We're going to the tail end of the Sword and Shield era. This is kind of everyone's favorite era, but we're not gonna do the two best sets because I don't have any Lost Origin. So we're gonna do these two here, and so it's gonna be a combination of either Astral Radiance or Silver Tempest. So we're going to put 2 packs of either one that you choose into the mystery pack too for whoever wins. But which one do you think someone might have more fun ripping? Or what do you like better? Maybe what would you choose?
I'm going to go through and just tell you the cards I like. We got Astral Radiance with that Misty and Starmie card is like one of my favorite cards. Like I think it's one of the more fun cards to come out in the whatever anyways. So, but it's less fun to rip. That's the thing, because I'm sorry, Coulson, but the Alga and Palkia are super mids in this set. I'm sorry.
What, Machamp?
Right. Okay. Actually, no, I'm changing I was going to say Silver Tempest, but let's go with Astral Radiance. That's underrated.
The Misty is actually one of the few alternate arts that's going up in price. It's crazy. Whereas a lot of the
Lugia is going down and Misty going up, baby. Let's go.
So, hey, you know what? Honestly, I think that's a good choice. I think that I wouldn't have expected it, but I'm not mad at it. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Where are you? Here you go. We're gonna do the Astral Radiance. Nice. This is gonna be a fun little pack. I think someone will enjoy this.
I hope so, dude. I hope they hit big. It's gonna be lit. I want to see what happens when they get it. I want to see the whole thing. I want to see that mystery bag.
Well, we appreciate you for coming in, Classics. I saw you pop in for a second, and unfortunately, my long-windedness killed that one. So I'm sorry. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Merry Christmas. If you end up coming in a little later, feel free. I'll just jump you ahead of the next guest here, because the next guest is none other. Well, so before then, wait, would you like to say happy holidays to anyone listening, or thank you or anything like that? Just, I might do a little clip at the end of all this, so you can do a little
Yeah,
something.
I'll be back on YouTube at some point. It's been a crazy couple months, so we'll be at Collecticons and we'll see everybody there. I can't wait.
And Merry Christmas, Happy
You guys-
Holidays, and Happy New Year to you, Thrift. I appreciate you.
Later, Josh.
All right, and so on to the next guest. The next guest is somebody you most likely all know. You may not all love him. No, I'm just kidding. You all know and love him. If you didn't, then you probably wouldn't be here. He is none other than my podcast co-host, Giovanni Rocket Gang Box. What's going on, man? How you doing, dude? Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. I know that's the big hot ticket this week, and this one.
You're wild for that one, bro. Happy holidays. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. If you can't tell, I'm having a great time. This was a good idea. I'm going to do this every year. I've now, after doing it now, I feel like it's an easy thing for me to say, I'm going to do this every year. And hopefully it just gets bigger and better. We'll make the giveaway a little better next year. That was literally today, last minute. I was like, I didn't think of something. Let's make a mystery bag together. They'll love that. What's new with you, man? What are you doing for the holidays? I know we just had the podcast, but I want to hear it straight from you. What's going on? You eating those Haribo yet?
No, I'm just over here working, man, listing and packing orders. Thought I would throw on the Santa hat and come say hi. Merry Christmas to everybody. This was a good idea for sure, and it seems like you're getting some good engagement. So yeah, I think people are liking it for sure.
It's one of those things I had no idea what to expect. I think about a week ago, I sent out like a feeler to a couple friends of mine, like saying, hey, if I was going to do this, would you possibly want to come on? They're like, yeah, it's a good idea. And then today I did a mass text with like a bunch of people that I didn't even like tell before. And I was like, hey, come on whenever you want, if you'd like. And, if you don't, that's all right, too. I appreciate you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all that good stuff. But it's turned out really, really good, and I'm excited. And I'm excited to see who wins this big old stack of cards. Because, I mean, there's got to be an alternate art or something, or a rainbow rare or something in that. But I don't know. At this point, there's going to be something in that stack. But what are you doing for the holidays, man? What are you, besides working?
Wait, so real quick on the mystery, you're putting all those packs into one giant thing for somebody?
Yeah.
Damn, okay, someone's getting hooked up then.
So every person that comes on, the more people that come on, the merrier the pack will be. So like we want to keep getting more and more, guests on, because I'll keep adding to it. But eventually I'm just going to start putting Crown Zenith packs in it, because like the either or thing, I only prepared like 10 to 15 different either or choices, and they get like a little worse as they go on. And so but that's kind of the thought, is that if you didn't get to watch this live, you couldn't interact with the chat. I know that kind of sucks. Sometimes it feels like you miss out. You still get a chance to interact and be a part of it, because it's like something that was happening throughout the entire stream. It's not a great idea, but it's just, that's what I had.
Well, that's very, very generous of you for sure. Somebody's going to get hooked up. Somebody's going to get a nice little Christmas present, get some packs to open, stuff like that. So yeah, good on you for that one.
Just from the recent podcast, it looks like we're getting some heat for what I thought we would, the Generations take. So
I said what I said. I said what I said, bro. Like it is what it is.
I feel bad for letting the celebration slander go as far as it did, because the fact that it's not an A tier set still breaks my heart a little bit. But we do have a couple people in queue, and so I want to give you a chance to kind of maybe say happy.
No one wants to see me. We got 2 hours every week, so I just dropped in to say hi and what's up, and pick a pack. So.
But being the giant player that you are, I'm going to give you because I don't want to do this to someone else. But if you had to choose for a player, what to put in there, because I know not everyone is just a pure flipper, collector, evil, whatever it is. But if we're going to put a little promo pack in there,
gang, baby.
We had two choices. We have a choice between the boss's orders, which is not the Giovanni's boss orders, the Cyrus boss orders, or the waifu professor's research. Which one of these sealed promos should I put in there into the added to the stack? So you'll save someone else from having to do the painful promo one, because this is not worth a lot.
Listen, I don't respect any other teams, any other gangs other than Team Rocket. You know what it is. We're not going with homie. We're doing the Professor Juniper. Like, nah.
Waifu?
I don't recognize any other gangs, bro. It's Juniper
Yeah,
for
so
me.
Team Cyrus is the wrong Team Rocket. I think if it was the Giovanni, you probably would have been, all set for there, all good for that. But fair enough. Well, in that case, the sealed pack of the Juniper, we're gonna add that onto the stack and it just grows. So you say
It's probably worth more too. I mean, I don't know, but I
the
imagine it's
Waifu
probably
most
worth
likely,
more
yeah.
too.
I
So.
mean, they're both only $1 or $2. That neither of them are worth a lot. It's just adding onto the stack, But rather than have you choose between Silver Tempest and Astral Radiance or a Brilliant Star and a Crown Zenith or something, we'll get that little promo out of the way. All right.
Get a Crown Zenith in there, man. Get a Crown Zenith.
Yeah, the Crown Zenith is what we're gonna default to once we run out of the rest of our basically, pile, which is getting close.
All right,
so
man.
We have a newcomer coming in here. But anyway, before we go,
Yeah.
we say happy holidays so I can clip it maybe if I do.
Yeah. Happy holidays. Thanks for having me on. I'll hang out in the chat, but yeah, get somebody else on here. So.
And do not eat sugar-free Haribo bears. That is one thing we will never shill. If you see someone shilling sugar-free Haribo, it's a fake Cardboard Hands account because Cardboard Hands will never officially shill the sugar-free ones, okay? If you know, you know. All right, so the next guest is somebody who I don't know exactly. I recognize the name, but I don't think he's been on the channel before. So we're going to bring him on here and say happy holidays. And then we have another guest who, that's unfortunately why we aren't going to be doing any other random people here. So I'm sorry for anyone who may have seen that, but apparently we had some trolls get in somehow. So I will have to somehow go back and edit that out. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. There's no one better on this channel to come on after something like that.
There's no bigger dick in the entire hobby than the one on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, PK, help save me from this travesty, this Christmas stream travesty that is this Pokemon stream. Well, I didn't think I was gonna have to do any editing for this, but now I'm going to have to edit apparently. So it is what it is.
That's all right. That's why I don't do that. So that was always in the back of my head as being something I've been worried about, but no, we keep.
I mean, it's apparently it happens to the best of us, and I'm certainly not the best of us. So I'm due for some trolling when it comes to that. But I apologize to anyone whose children may have been on. Legitimately, I'm not like that. That is messed up. So the person who did that, if you're watching, I hope you got a good laugh. It's definitely not funny for any children watching. It'll be edited out. So it is what it is.
Yeah. But now that just happened, I'm glad it was me that came on next. Like, what's the time? And it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if it was someone else, I would feel a little bad, and I still feel a little bad because you're one of my homies, my best friends in the hobby. But I know that you're not going to hold it too bad against me. But what's going on with you, man? I know it's been a while since we've talked on the channel. So much has happened. I think I haven't talked to you since I officially left Whatnot. At least in like an official no, that's not true. We did the Cardboard Hands podcast. So
yeah, so I've been on the channel twice now. I've been once with the Player Spotlight series, which is a great series you have. I wish you would pump out a little more of those. And then the Cardboard Hands podcast, that was a good one too. But you've been doing some good content, man. It's glad to see that you and Retro are stepping it up a little bit. I do miss the third co-host,
Flex Gods.
Yeah, I do miss him.
He's around, but we lost him to sports. Literally, he's still involved completely as much as he ever was with the card hobby, but it's 100% sports now. Like, he'll randomly send me a text of like a PSA 10, like the McDonald's. He loves grading the old McDonald's hollows, the vintage e-reader Japanese ones,
like the 2002 Japanese ones.
Yeah. Yes, and he's constantly sending pictures of those to me in the text message, like, "Hey, check it out! I grabbed another like gold label BGS 10 like vintage." Yeah. I'm like, "Where are you finding these, man?" He's like, "I don't know." Just
all the starters in that e-reader series is awesome. The Pikachu's awesome. The Charmander's awesome, but I wish Pokemon would do like that original artwork for the McDonald's one because it does have that original Bulbasaur making the McDonald's M with the Vine Whip. And then obviously the Squirtle blowing the bubble is one of the most iconic cards in this hobby. And it happened to be a Japanese McDonald's promo. And that's why people love that card so much. So
I mean, those packs also are so slept on because, like, for the longest time, you could buy them for like 150, maybe $200 or whatever. And, you know, the inside of them, the packs, they're pretty pristine, the cards.
Even
You can
if you
grade them
brick,
out.
Josh, if you brick, you still get one of those beautiful energies. Those
Yeah, that's
energies
what I
are
mean.
still
Yeah.
awesome. Like,
there's no bricking. You get a hollow in every pack, I think. So I'm pretty sure there's no
the
bricking.
Larvatars eating the hamburger. Like, I mean, you can't beat that set. And it's, believe it or not, it's like my favorite Japanese specialty set. I like it above Versus Series, and it's such a small set. Anybody could complete it if they want to. It's
And isn't there another McDonald's set that has an Umbreon in it too? It's a couple years later. It's a Japanese exclusive one, also e-readers and stuff.
So yeah, there's also the McDonald's Umbreon one, which it has like a lot of the Versus Series vibes to it. Like almost if you looked at it, you would question, oh, did this come out of Versus Series? But then you look at the card itself and the hollow pattern, and you could tell it's different. But yeah, there's definitely listen, this is the problem with Japanese cards. They get all the good promos. We are not spoiled as English collectors. In English, we get a Pikachu and a gray felt hat promo or special livery Charizard, and everyone loses their mind. But then compare those cards against like any Japanese Pokemon Center opening promo, or all the Poncho Pikachus and stuff, the Mario and Luigi Pikachus. We don't get anything even close to that. And all those cards end up being super iconic and, after the fact, super sought after. And we're robbed a little bit as English collectors,
We got that Van Gogh Pikachu baby. We got that Van Gogh Pikachu. So they will literally probably never forgive us for that.
Right there with the super glare. That's one of the two I have left.
I just got a submission back and I sent all 6 of mine, and 5 out of my 6 gemmed. It was pretty crazy. And I knew the 6th one wouldn't, but I sent it just as a pipe dream. You know what I mean?
That's fine. I mean, even those 9s are what, 140, 150. So even if you hit a 9, you're still selling it at raw price. So
yeah,
the downside risk on grading those cards, especially if you picked them up from Pokemon Center, it's 0 at that point, It's like worst case scenario. Yeah, maybe you lose your $15 in grading, but you hit the 10s. 10s are just, those cards are as liquid as they get. I got 3 of them and I sold all 3 in 2 days. So
yeah, I'm not selling mine until I go to the in-person event that I'm doing at the beginning of the year. I'm doing like a Las Vegas card show, and I feel like those 4 or 5 that I have are just gonna fly. They're just gonna be gone, basically.
Yep, the raw ones, the sealed ones, the graded ones, it doesn't matter what you got, they're all going to move. But yeah, man, I am happy to talk to you. I am drinking wine tonight. So I let you know before this live started, me and my wife were wrapping presents tonight. So my wife likes rosé, so we're drinking rosé and wrapping presents.
I like rosé as well. So your wife has good taste in wine. Like I like a nice dry rosé.
This is a little sweet for me, but I don't know. It's fun. We did the whole wrapping presents, and our oldest is 2.5. So he doesn't really quite understand Santa yet, but we've been pushing it hard. And I can't wait for him to be older, because I'm going to be that dad that's like, if you're not freaking good, I'm going to tell Santa and you're not going to get any presents. I will be that dad. And we'll be in July and I'll be like, I'm going to tell Santa.
What about
I'm going to really milk the Santa card.
Are you going to do the whole elf on the shelf thing? Because that's like a newer millennial kind of thing. Like that, it's our age, but not like our parents didn't do it. But what do you think about that situation?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to definitely do it. And the problem is we tried to do it this year. So my sister gave me an elf on the shelf because she had 2 for my niece. Gave me one of them. We tried to do it. He couldn't even name it. It was too complicated to explain to him. You can't touch it because it has magic powers. So we just said next year will be the year, because he'll be obviously a full year older, and he'll be a little bit more understanding. And then, I'll milk that elk on the shelf too. As I've gotten older, man, you realize all the little things your parents did start to make sense. Growing up, we didn't have a ton of money. So Pizza Fridays was a big deal. Yeah. And as I got older, I thought of Pizza Fridays as being a treat. But now that I am older, I understand, no, my mom and dad were just super tired at the end of the week. So they want to get pizza. And you start to learn all that stuff as you get older.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I was thinking about. Like earlier in the stream, I was talking a little bit about how the holidays didn't mean as much to me growing up, and it's like kind of you're like Christmas presents, whatever. But
yeah,
and then when you're a teenager and you stop getting the crazy presents and stuff, and you're more moving into the life, you see what Christmas is, you kind of lose the joy of it. I feel like you just do whatever your regular life is.
Yep.
And then when you start getting older and start maybe having a family again, you start seeing the value of Christmas. And that's kind of where I'm at again. So I'm right there with you, buddy.
Do you have that one Christmas gift that kind of sticks out in your head where like you're in a way, when you think about it, you're transported back to right next to the tree, you're opening that present and you remember how you felt? Do you have that one present that sticks out?
Yeah, and it's actually a Pokemon related one. It's the Neo Genesis first edition. I got a half a booster box in my stocking. And so like my cousin and I, our parents split a booster box and put them both in our stockings, and we opened them all. And that was the first time I ever got a large amount of cards that I could just open all at once, like not just like 1 or 2 packs at a time, like with your allowance kind of thing.
Either one of you pulled the Lugia or like the T17? Do you remember?
So yes, not the T17, but the Feraligatr, the open mouth Feraligatr. I pulled that one. I pulled like the Togetic was really cool, I thought, and I pulled the Ampharos, and I pulled a good amount of holos. I still have all of those cards. They're in this pink binder right behind me. I showed it at the beginning of the stream, but
okay,
that is probably ironic. And that's why I did this stream, was to kind of talk about those types of things, because like that for me is actually it's why I love Pokemon around the holidays and what draws me to, I don't know. So I'm sure there's lots of kids who have similar situations. And so it's always nice to kind of hear those stories from other people too.
Yeah.
What about you? Do you have a moment with the holidays with
So Pokemon? I have two. Like one of my earliest memories I have is opening up the Technodrome, and it had to have been
the what?
91, 92. So the Technodrome from Ninja Turtles, like the original OG, like battle station, the Technodrome.
Yeah, okay. I didn't realize it's Ninja Turtles. And okay, yeah.
So I very clearly remember that. And then either 93 or 94, we had moved in 93. So that's why I know it's like within one of those 2 years, my mom got me a Super Nintendo. And I remember opening all the presents like under the tree and then clearing everything out and then going and just playing with the toys I got. My mom was like, "Hey, you missed one." And then I was like, I don't think so. She's like, yeah, it's like behind the tree. Almost like the same situation out of A Christmas Story, where he's like, hey, you missed one present. So as I got older, I realized maybe my mom had it like in the kitchen or whatever, and she put it under the tree when I wasn't looking.
Mm-hmm.
But I went and I opened it, and it was a Super Nintendo. And I remember it wasn't recorded or anything, but it would be a viral YouTube video. And yeah, I screamed, and we didn't have a ton of money, so like that Super Nintendo was a big gift.
What game came with it? Do you remember?
Yeah, just original Super Mario Brothers World, like Super Mario World. And
you're gonna have one game with it. Yeah, that's the one.
And it was one of the just the soundtrack of that game and the sounds, like jumping on and off the Yoshi, like I could still hear them when I think about that game. And just the start screen, it's very similar to like how GoldenEye feels to me. That pause menu sound of GoldenEye is just so iconic, and Super Mario Brothers had that OG soundtrack to it. And yeah, man, I remember, and I beat the whole game. I think you only could get up to like 96 stars. And I remember all the conspiracies that you can get like a perfect 100, and you had to do all this stuff. But I know I'm going on a tangent, but.
Well, I mean, it's funny you say that, because I didn't remember this until you said that about that game. But I also have a very I guess you call it like a core memory surrounding like that game too, and Super Nintendo. But it's been a few years because my grandparents passed away, and so we don't all gather at their house anymore. So it's kind of like the family doesn't do this as much as they used to. But one of the things we used to do when we would all gather in my grandparents' house is they had a Super Nintendo in their front room, and that thing never got used the rest of the year. Never. Yeah. But literally, I would pull it out, or one of our cousins would pull it out every time, no matter how old we were. And all the other cousins would come there. And then while we were waiting for dinner, the tradition was like all the cousins would go and pull that old Super Nintendo out, which still is the exact same place we left it the year before for Christmas, and we would play that specific game. And it was so funny because I used to hate watching my cousins play it because it's so infuriating watching little kids play that game when you're just trying to go through it. But now it's like such a core memory, and like you said, the sounds themselves are nostalgic just because of that. And it's like, it wasn't even my favorite game growing up. Like, I didn't even love Mario, but it's just that was the one we played, so it's very nostalgic for sure.
And I remember I got Mortal Kombat 3 for Super Nintendo, and I thought I was the coolest kid on the block. Like, I got Mortal Kombat 3, like rated M for mature. I thought I was so cool because a lot of kids' parents do you remember the days when like kids' parents wouldn't let their kids play Mortal Kombat because it was like too gruesome and stuff? And now you look back on a game like that and you're just like, this is what my parents were worried about. So
the LGS in my local Oklahoma small town that I grew up in got ran out of town because they played Dungeons and Dragons in the game store, and it was considered an evil store. And the people did not like that game store. I remember it was next to the movie theater, and when I would be there playing, the people going into the movie theater would give the most shady side eye looks to you when you're in there, like walking in. It's just so funny because it's just like kids playing games. But back in the 90s, like everything was evil, like everything was considered like demonic or whatever, like Dungeons and Dragons, like all that evil. It's like, dude, it's Pokemon. I don't even play I don't play Dungeons and Dragons with these guys yet. I just play Pokemon. Now I did get into Dungeons and Dragons later because of that. So maybe the small town, their worries were somewhat founded because it was like that's why I got into D&D, but there's nothing wrong with that.
No, and I mean, just it's funny looking back, and as I get older, and obviously we deal with so much nostalgia. As I get older, I look back and like I start to remember things. Like I was into everything as a kid. Pogs, Beanie Babies, Tamagotchis. Like we never talk about Tamagotchis. I had a Tamagotchi. I remember it was a white and blue one. And I don't know if you have Bob stores, but it's kind of like a Bradley's or a Kmart. It was like that type of store, or a Walmart kind of. And I remember you couldn't get Tamagotchis anywhere.
No, they're always sold out. They were literally the hottest thing.
And the only place we were able to pick up our Tamagotchi was called Bob Stores in Connecticut. And I remember I was in 3rd grade at the time, and it was like such a big deal. And our teacher was super into them, and like we could play with ours in the class. And I remember you either like, if you didn't feed them, it would turn into a little devil when it died. Or if you was treated them well, it turned into an angel. And I remember like treated mine really well, and it turned into an angel. And it was like a super sad day when my Tamagotchi died. Yep. I was into everything. And then 5th grade was when 99 hit around. Like my 5th grade class is class of 99. I don't have it anymore, but for a long time I had like my t-shirt that had the 99 on the back. Remember everybody would like sign their name on one of the 9s, and they would print out shirts for everybody. We used to have field day in my school, and everyone would get the shirt for field day. We'd do like water balloon toss and egg tosses. But 5th grade was Pokemon for us, man. And yeah, it was just, I was so lucky that I got to experience all that stuff in the 90s. And I look back on all that stuff so fondly. And then out of Super Nintendo, like that's my N64 that's up there. That was mine as a kid. And I played the shit out of GoldenEye, man. Like, just, and you look back on it, and now I look at like what my day is like, and I don't got time for anything. I do have time to do this, but it's after the kids go to bed. It's after we eat dinner. That's why I only go live. I can't edit videos. I can't do anything. So
I don't usually edit videos either, but this is going to be the one exception.
You can just do a little blur. Yeah, don't worry. I've had the blur stuff out in lives. I've docked when we were doing the Rattle and CTR podcast. I doxed myself so many times on that, like full first, last name, address, like. But
I don't remember that because I would always get to it after the fact.
Out. So if you watched it, you couldn't see it, but like real time, and I would like, you could see my face. I was like, so I
You're
like
so careful usually about
I did all kinds of crazy stuff. So yeah, blurring's not hard. If you have trouble, ask me.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for me that I did when I first got into like the hobby and started doing YouTube is I already had my business and everything going, so I used a PO box for a lot of my shipments because like getting big shipments delivered to my PO box is much better than having them left in front of my house. Basically, if I'm not here, it's just much safer. There's someone to sign for it all times. There's a camera at my PO box, so I've had times where they said they delivered something but didn't. I have camera footage and I've been able to refute it. So it's just better to have that in general. So for me, it's been worth it. But I never worry about doxing myself so much because
I have a PO box too, and if anybody wants it, I'm fine with giving out the PO box. But anytime I do, like, if you were to send me something or like somebody, sometimes I would give my personal address depending on.
Okay, yeah.
And I keep everyone always asked me at the beginning, they were like, PK, how come you don't show your eBay account? And my original eBay account was tied to my name, was tied to my address and all this stuff. So when I created my account just for my channel, it comes from Poke Knowledge. The address is my PO box and stuff like that. Where does it matter? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, to be honest with you, you could probably do enough sleuthing for anybody in this hobby and find out all the information. But it's just nice to have that little added layer,
Yeah.
And when I started the channel, it was updating Ring cameras and stuff. 3 years ago, we didn't have a Ring camera. Now my house is like a fortress. Floodlights, front door, like this room has a camera in it. Like now, if anybody comes in the basement, I know. If anybody's outside, I know. And it's just, it changed in those last 3 years. And I have to pay for that stupid Ring protection plan every month, which sucks too. So
yeah, that's one thing that I hear a lot of people utilizing lately is the whole Ring and having like a camera on their collection. That probably gives you a lot of peace of mind, especially if you leave the house a lot. So that's certainly something to look into.
Yeah, so for heat, we still have like a furnace that's oil. So once a year, the furnace guy comes and he like cleans out the filter and does all that and like, vacuums it out. It's just yearly maintenance. But it's on the other side of this wall is my furnace. So like directly behind this wall. And I'm always worried that somebody's just going to walk around to yell up to my wife to be like, hey, I'm done. And they're going to look and be like, this is a lot of money, like, let me just sneak some stuff. So whenever like the furnace man or anybody's working down here, we'll put like a curtain to kind of separate it and stuff, but you never know.
Let's just say I love my pet sitter and I trust them more than I trust most of my family.
That's good.
Let's just say that about my pet sitter. So if you're watching this, which she does sometimes, you are the best and I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And if you have a good pet sitter, someone that you trust to go into your house and take care of animals.
My dad's the dog sitter, yeah.
Yeah, make sure you say Merry Christmas to them because they are the real special ones out there, especially for us people like me who like to leave the house and go to conventions and things,
Yeah, so earlier this month, I filled my dad's truck up with them for gas. It was like $95. It was like 26 gallons. So I did that for him as like a thank you for watching the dog. And every time he comes, it's usually because me and the wife are going out for dinner, and I'll order from the local Italian restaurant. I'll get him like a meatball or eggplant or chicken parm sub. And that's
so what's his sandwich of choice? Is it the meatball
usually?
Okay, because I'm a chicken parm kind of guy, but I can definitely go for a good meatball if it's like.
What about eggplant?
I've had one time where an eggplant parm was really good and I ordered it instead of the other two, but it was a specific place and I would almost never go to another place and do that.
Yeah. If you get a good Italian restaurant, eggplant parm's great. But yeah, like chicken parm's an easy go-to, and I like a well pounded chicken breast. Like it has to be done right, And
oh yeah.
I'm picky when it comes to my Italian season. I'm a picky date, but I know what I like.
You talked about crab on one of your last streams, and you and I would definitely be able to destroy an all-you-can-eat crab, like king crab leg buffet, because I love crab too. We haven't done this crab, but I also love king crab too.
What about sushi? Are you a big sushi guy?
I'll eat it, but like my fiance, she loves sushi, so like we get sushi all the time. But I just love crab, and I love shrimp, and I love tempura. So like when I go to sushi, I'm a big tempura fan, like tempura shrimp. But I don't dislike sushi. It's just like not the top of my list,
So literally, like it's my house, a street, and then a sushi place, and the sushi place is an all-you-can-eat sushi place, and it sounds like crazy, but it's a small hole in the wall. They have crazy high turnover. The food's always super fresh. And then part of the all you can eat sushi is they have the sushi menu and they have the kitchen menu. And the kitchen menu has tempura crab, tempura shrimp, tempura chicken, like salads, miso soup, stuff like that. So if you like that stuff, it's all included. If there's ever an event in Connecticut, Josh, you got a place to stay, man. I put it
We're
that way.
going
Yeah.
because we're going to put that small little poor restaurant out of business. So I apologize for your future because that restaurant won't be there anymore after we eat there. But yes, that is definitely happening.
Yes, man.
Yeah, big fan of shrimp tempura though. Like if I could, my one meal, my favorite, like I think there was a Dragon Ball Super episode where Vegeta had to convince the Beerus, the god of destruction, to not destroy Earth. And Beerus is a foodie, like a universe. He loves food. That's the only thing that will stop him from being the Lord of Destruction or whatever. And so Vegeta had one thing he could show him on Earth, and he could only pick one thing. And he took him to this little shrimp tempura joint and got him shrimp tempura. And he decided not to destroy planet Earth because shrimp tempura was so good. And I have never been more of a Vegeta fan with more than that episode. So
yeah. I love it, man. That's awesome.
But yeah, I mean, PK, I feel like this has been a really, really good stream, and I couldn't think of a better person to kind of round off with. But do you have any more last words or anything here? And I'm gonna throw in a little last minute little something for the mystery bag.
Yeah, man. No, I'm fine. If you want to end this, I didn't know if anybody was in the queue. If you're waiting, I know Jake Pokenomics said he was going to possibly come in, and
yeah, a few people said they were going to try to make it, but I think that some family stuff came up, or like Jake said, he was traveling, he was driving all day, so he may not be able to make it after the fact. So I probably will just kind of, after you, give a couple minutes, do a finishing kind of
how's
goodbye.
Basic Trainer not hopped in yet? I feel like
I know, where is Basic Trainer? I mean, we're going to be in his 24-hour stream. Are you going to be, I assume you're going to be making a stop in at the
100%. I don't know when I'm going to jump in. I mean, Basic left it wide open, so
yeah,
dangerous on Basic to leave it so open. But yeah, definitely, because when it comes to PTO from work and stuff, obviously I have New Year's Day off. New Year's Eve, we're going to go to my buddy's house. But so me and all my friends, we grew up together. So funny. If you're okay with me telling a story.
I have plenty of time. Peak said he has 30 minutes. So if we can kill 30 minutes before Peak gets on, that'd be fantastic.
So this is one of my favorite stories. So one of my best friends, like, in the world. In fact, like, so much he's my best friend that I text him today. And like, for my wedding, he was one of my groomsmen and stuff, like, super good friend. The first time I ever met him, we went to the same elementary school. He was in one of the first grade classes and I was in the other one. And I don't know what I did, but I got in trouble. So I wasn't allowed to go out for like recess or playtime or whatever, like to play on the jungle gym. So they sent me to the other first grade class and I had to sit in the back of the class. And the teacher the guy's name is Rob. My teacher walked up to him and was like, or the other teacher said, "Don't talk to him. He's bad." And
he's bad.
From that day on, we've been best friends ever since, man. And it was just, I was like the bad kid at first,
You were the bad kid in your school?
I was a bad kid in that situation. And then obviously, like, we've been friends through all middle school or elementary school, middle school. We went to different high schools. I went to like an all boy private school. He went to the like town high school. And then college, we ended up going to the same college together. He ended up like going and doing like the whole fraternity route. I didn't want to like do the pay for friends route. So I just did my own thing. We were still best friends the whole time. And then, we would still party and stuff once in a while, but we did our own things in college. And then when we graduated, we were still friends, but I have like a small group, him and some other people, and we all had kids at the same time too.
Oh, nice.
So after college, we all got a beach house. And it was like our house, there was a road and then a Jersey barrier in the sand. So like it was a party house after high school and college. We all lived together. And then I went out to the North Dakotas. I got a job as a petroleum engineer. My other friends bought houses and he's like a psychiatrist for some big hospital or something, like everybody's got their big boy jobs. And but we all had kids at the same time. So now we're all going through like the same things, but with our kids. So his youngest and my youngest, or so his oldest is 3. His youngest is, I gotta mess up the years, but either way, like they're all a year apart.
So you get to basically see them all go through the same. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I had a few friends who just recently had kids over the pandemic, and they had kids like together, basically.
Yeah, same with us.
And seeing them being able to raise their kids together, it seems like it's brought them so much closer together too. Like they're already close. We were already all close, but like the fact that they have kids the same age, it really does bond you as like a friend and a parent, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely. But so what I was trying to get was on New Year's, we're all getting together for New Year's. Last year we got together for New Year's, but because we have kids, we don't stay up till midnight anymore. Like come 8 p.m., 9 p.m., we're all like, okay, guys, like Happy New Year, see you later. But last year, believe it or not, was the last day you could do your special delivery Charizard codes. I don't know if you remember that, because come January 1st, you couldn't redeem those codes. So during New Year's Eve, I was walking around the party to all my friends, and I had all these special delivery Charizard codes I had saved up. And
you weren't.
Oh, yes, I was.
Oh
I
my
was
God, dude.
I walked
Oh
up
my
to
God.
every person at the party. I took out their phones. Because like you had to have a different phone, you had to have a different address, and I was like, "Hey, what's your address?" And they would tell me their address. I'm like, "Listen, you're gonna get a box sent to you in the mail," and every single person at that party got Pokemon cards shipped to their house because I ordered from their phone as a guest. I was wild on New Year's Eve, and dude, I got so many special delivery Charizards just in that one day. It was wild. Like it was in the 20s at least. Like my wife was just like, "Come on," and I was just like, "This is what we're gonna do."
A similar situation happened between myself when I was on Whatnot, and I was we were trying to source 2 booster boxes to break on my channel, 2 vintage boxes during the peak of the peaks, and so it was impossible to get any WotC. We ended up getting a Power Keepers box and which I just sold recently, actually.
Oh, you sold? Oh, Josh, I was gonna reach out to you and ask you if you want to sell it.
I sold it for. You don't want to buy it. You wouldn't have wanted to buy it for what I sold it for.
Was it more than 10 grand?
It was $13,000 PK.
Okay. I mean, that's good market though. I mean,
yeah, it was. The market was closer to 11,000, but there was none for buy it now. The
that 13 is good. So I was gonna reach out to you because I came into some money like in the last couple weeks, believe it or not. Like, and I was thinking of your Power Keepers box, and Power Keepers is one of those ones that I really wanted because I love the Jolteon Gold Star, I love the Flareon, I love the Vaporeon.
I wish you said something about it a couple days ago.
I was gonna reach out to you and be like, "Josh, you interested in 10K?" So I'm going to tell you right now, the fact that you got 13, I was going to offer you 10. So
no, I know, and that's what the market would have been, 10, and I wouldn't have sold it at 10.
Yeah, but I was thinking about you like recently, and the reason why I didn't do it was I ended up taking that money and I gave it to my wife because at the end of the year, she started to be like, okay, like where's the money? Like no money, because 2020, 2021, the money was coming in. Like I was also burning through my personal collection. I'm not burning through my personal collection anymore. I'm sourcing stuff, grading it, and selling it. Like all the personal stuff that I sold, that shit's all gone.
So this EX Power Keepers booster box just ended tonight in auction for $10,700. So that's right where the market's at. Exactly.
Yeah. So
I was happy getting 13 grand for it. I knew it was over market. The buyer knew it was over market. They knew it was a legitimate box, though. I had like Providence on it. They looked at it. They did this peek, and it was a good trip. I sold it to Cloud TCG, and then he sold it to a buyer.
Yeah,
so it was a great, smooth interaction.
He's gonna make a lot of money off that box, even at 13.
So. Yeah, he's gonna probably make 1,000 or 2,000 off of it too. Yeah, so absolutely, yeah. So
you know,
and it wasn't totally my decision because that box, my best friend and I, just like with the fossil box that I have, we own that in like partnership. So it wasn't like a decision that I could have made like snap. But I was, let's just say, my friend and I were both happy with that sale, and Cloud was happy. Everyone was kind of happy, and this is actually the first public time I've really said or talked about the sale since it's happened. But.
Yeah, well, I mean, good for you, man. I mean, it's always nice to get that money, you know. But I don't know if you remember when we were at Swami's house. I opened up a Powers Keepers pack. That was the pack I bought.
You got a hollow of it, right? I feel like there's a hollow in there.
There was a hollow, but it was a Slay King. So
I mean, that's a cool hollow. Slay King is awesome.
Yeah, it was literally like the worst hollow that I could get. I still have it over there. I think it's on my eBay.
I sold a Slay King from what was it? It was
Deoxys?
Ruby Sapphire. It was a hollow.
Oh, so yeah, there's the one in Deoxys. There's the one in Power Keepers. There's a bunch of those.
It was a Cosmos Cosmos hollow, regular hollow from one of those EX era sets. I opened it out of a pack myself. No, so it was Ruby and Sapphire, I think. Because
Ruby Sapphire?
I think there's a Slay King in that. Because I'm pretty sure I graded a PSA 10 of it and I sold it for like $400. It's like, geez, a Slay King? Like, do people actually like these? But it was one of those like low population situations, and
it's not this one.
Okay, yes.
It's a Deoxys. Is it this one? Because this is
I think that. No, that's another one.
This is a Ruby Sapphire.
Is that it? No.
So, and then I mean, that's obviously not the Power Keepers one.
It wasn't Power Keepers. I could have swore it was Ruby Sapphire because I only opened 2 different packs in bulk. I've opened vintage packs a lot for myself of Sandstorm, EX Sandstorm. I love that set. It's so good. The commons are good. The uncommons, they all grade really well. But also another one, because it's cheap, is EX Ruby Sapphire. And I feel like that was where that one came out of.
Yeah. So this is the Powers Keepers one.
Yeah, and it wasn't that one. It was a Sugimori one. I'm pretty sure it's a Ken Sugimori Slacking from Ruby Sapphire hollow. And I sold it for what I thought was ridiculous. But that was off the heels of me selling like what was the Soul Rock from the Soul Rock from the other set, Sandstorm, that I opened a lot. I opened with a reverse hollow Umbreon in the pack. The Umbreon sold for like a couple $100 as a 9.
Oh, nice.
Soul Rock got a 10, sold for $1,300, $1,300.
Wow!
As a private sale, to someone who reached out to me. And I had it up for $2,000, and I took that. It was insane. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking. If I can't think of like Ruby Sapphire one off the top of my head, but I would definitely have it. It's just a matter of finding it.
The market's crazy. Whenever I hear anyone, and this is why I love hearing you talk on your podcast, because you say exactly what I'm feeling. Because whenever I hear people talk about how the market is like, oh, it's down or it's bare, or like any of these takes, like it's slowing down, Pokemon's dying, it's not what it was, or they comment on my videos or anything like that saying those takes, I just have to look back and be like, I sold a $400 Slack King. I sold a $1,300 Soul Rock. That is insane. And that was like a year ago. So,
Well, yeah. And it's funny. People love to look at losses and stuff. And they're like, oh, you broke even on that card. And it's like, you got to start breaking even once in a while. Don't break even too much. But and one of my favorite quotes in this hobby is from Charlie Herlacher. He says, if you're not losing money once in a while in this hobby, you're not taking enough risks. And what people will do is they'll start worrying about like the losses. As long as your wins are far out surpassing your losses, you're doing fine, and recently I took a lot of losses, like on just hidden 9s and shit.
These are all modern 9s. Every single one of them.
Yeah. So
and what am I gonna do? I'm losing money on every single one of these.
Was that Solgalea? Was that from was that a Chinese one, the first one you showed?
No, it's all English. It's all English. Okay. I'm not grading any Chinese right now. I'm not even grading Japanese. These are all English.
Modern too, with 151. Oh, there you go.
My only 9. Yeah.
So that's original base set though.
No, right? That's classic.
Oh, no, that's the TCG classic.
Yeah, I got mostly 10s, but I got 2 9s, and it was on my Blastoise and Venusaur. Yeah, I got wrecked on all these, so I hear the losses do stack up. But then the 5 Van Gogh Pikachus that tend, that'll make it up right there. Yeah.
Yep.
I really should grade 10s though. I've considered grading 10s. I don't know why I didn't this time. Next time.
It's Pokemon's easy, just grade 10s, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I read that somewhere. I feel like I read that somewhere and I thought about it, but at the last minute I was like, nah, 9s.
I've graded this. Shout out to Coulson if he's still in the chat. I've graded this fucking thing 3 times. It keeps coming back 6s, and like I can't find the issue. I think it was a 5 one time. It's a 6 this time.
This is my what's it called? White whale or whatever. Moby Dick or whatever this one, the one that I keep failing at and regrading. I might just sell it as a 9. This has come back 4 times.
Is that going to be my giveaway too? Is it going to be some Hidden Fates? One Hidden Fates pack? Is that going to be an option? Because I know you're a big Hidden Fates guy.
If I had Hidden Fates packs left, I've literally that weren't sealed in like ETBs, that would be a good one. No, yours is going to be something like Crown Zenith packs because literally I have all of them pretty much. I've done all of them. So we're going to do like 3 Crown Zenith packs for yours. Because, well, actually, hold on. If I give you the choice,
can we open ours and we just send them whatever's in it? Like at least,
yeah, absolutely. I didn't
them?
have anything says. I was going to give you a choice though between 3 Crown Zenith or 2 151. What do you think?
I like Crown Zenith. Let's go Crown Zenith. I mean, 151. I'm sure a lot of people love it, but Crown Zenith, you're guaranteed a hit out of 3 packs.
And with 151, I've
had a brick.
Yeah, I literally have sold 17 packs to people and had them message me and be like, "Hey, I didn't get a single hit in this. Just so you know, I know what you're doing and I don't appreciate it." And I'm like, okay, okay, just please don't leave a bad review. And they've already left it. So, so 151, I'm becoming very like, as a seller of 151, it kind of is rough on your feedback, or it can be.
Really? So it's been that bad, huh? People, this is a problem though. The people that are buying those super modern packs, paying a premium, aren't sourcing themselves. They're probably, I hate to say it, they're the least knowledgeable people probably in this hobby. So when it comes to shit like that, they're going to be the ones that leave, and they're going to be like, they're resealed, or you're going to get the scary one where they're like, they're fake. And it's like, come on. Like, but people do get those, especially recently. People get that shit's fake, and it's like, come on.
It's one of those things that like the hobby needs to be aware. Like the newest people in the hobby need to be aware that fakes exist. But the minute that they learn that fakes exist, everything's a fake then because they're so like it's a threshold that we all go through that it's very like it's a weird place to be because like you start thinking everything's resealed or everything's light or everything's been tampered with when in reality it's statistics and then you kind of realize I don't know, it's a whole big thing. But
one of my pet peeves is I don't have like a card I could rip, but one of the big tests in this hobby is a rip test, right? Just rip a card right down the middle. All you got to do is get yourself like a good jeweler's ring, like a high magnification one, like 60x, and you could just look at the side of the card and you can see that carbon layer. And like people don't do that. There we go.
So I'm just going to open these as we talk. So I'm not a good pack opener because I retired years ago.
This. You're no practice pack opener.
Yeah, I forgot how this went. So I'm not doing a pack trick because legitimately I don't know the pack trick on these anymore. I feel like they change it every set, right? So it's a reverse. Okay, this is Crown Zenith. So
which?
Ooh, hello, Eevee. That's my favorite Pokemon. I love that Eevee too. That one was an exclusive Japanese from the Korokoro comic. And so that's sort of a promo in Japan that we got thrown in our set that I thought we weren't going to get. So I'm really happy we got that.
I did not know that.
I love that artwork. Yeah, it's a Korokoro promo. I don't think we got anything else there. So, okay.
No.
That's Eevee, though. That's cool. I
do. So you did get the Solar Rock and the Lunatone at the last two. And you love Sandstorm, and I love Sandstorm. So the fact that you pulled those 2 cards and we're both Sandstorm fans, that's a sign, Josh.
That's a win. That's a win. I haven't opened enough Sandstorm this year. I usually open them up at CollectCons, but I've kind of stopped doing that because I graded a bunch of really high grades from it, and I don't want to like risk it anymore. I feel like I've used up my Sandstorm luck, but I need to get one for good, old time's sake. Maybe when I go to New Jersey, I'll get a Sandstorm for us to open.
The Lunatone from Sandstorm is one of the few cards that's actually like in my personal collection of graded cards. So
it's
that's how much I love that
beautiful.
card.
The hollow pattern on both. So the Soul Rock I sold, I may be clowning on. The hollow pattern on it was gorgeous, and it was like the swirl was giant. It was really prominent, and the card itself, the artwork doesn't take a lot of room on the hollow.
Oh.
Same thing.
There's a Sandstorm card for you.
Sandstorm's a great set. Super underrated. I didn't know this was going to turn into a Sandstorm shill stream, but apparently whenever we go live together, it always turns into a Sandstorm shill stream, obviously.
I don't know where it's going to go.
Okay. Crown Zenith pack number 2.
I don't know where my Lunatone is. I lost it. Nope.
The water heater guy got it last time he was there repairing your furnace. That curtain didn't
We talked about this card earlier. That's part of my PC.
Yeah, my old podcast co-host. Look at this. We just pulled another one. Literally, this got pulled on the stream, on the Cardboard Hand stream, but by my co-host Nick just a couple days
Is that
ago.
the Zacian? I can't even read.
Yeah, that's the Zacian. That's my.
That's awesome, man. See, this is why you open Crown Zenith, because you're guaranteed to hit a banger.
I'm gonna put that in a sleeve though, so that if you do grade it, it'll be potentially
and
and a nice
and the hollow energy.
Yeah,
nice.
the textured hollow. That's nice. The textured hollow one. I like that. That's a good one. We're not gonna sleeve that though. Oh, I better sleeve this. This is the most valuable card we've pulled from the entire PK without looking. Okay, what do you think the most valuable card we could pull from this pack is?
Well, the fact that I just saw the V-star marker. Only if you grade, you got to grade in a 10 though, and then.
I mean, this looks like a 10 to me, buddy. This literally, I should sleeve this. I should probably sleeve this and give it to whoever wins because that's pretty valuable.
Oh yeah, sleeve it. Grade it for him though.
Seriously though, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Let me find them. I'm gonna be rich when I find these. My Van Gogh. I threw them away.
All right, I can't find the Lunatone for some reason. I don't know where it is.
I threw away. I think I threw them away. The Van Gogh. Oh no, here they are. Never mind.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. These babies.
I found them. Never mind. We're good. We're good. Chat, we're good. False alarm. So I need to be really, really careful with these, PK, because they're not even sleeved. I'm wilding.
I'm already there, baby.
Look at that. I am so crazy right now having these unsleeved. Are you serious right now?
I don't worry. CGC, here we come, baby.
Oh, baby. I better get the penny sleeves out real quick for those.
Josh, I knew what you were looking for. I knew.
These are going to be in a giveaway. Okay, PK, even better. One of these is going in the giveaway. One of these bad boys is going in the mystery bag, and it's going to go ready to get graded.
Grade them. Sell them for $74.99 and a 10.
There you go, baby. That's it. The hottest card. You thought you threw them. You thought you threw yours away. You're going to get one in the mystery pack, baby. This bad boy is coming to you.
Funny.
Man,
I can't
what a hobby.
I tried to grade it with PSA. PSA turned Basic Trainer down from them.
They're losing out on money. That's a ton of money.
Yep. Boondocks Game says, "Is this what the hobby has stooped to?" Oh yeah, we are deep in it.
This is where we've climbed to. Is what you mean? That is, I think that's what he's trying to say. This is the heights that we have gotten to.
He said, "Just kidding. I sent in some of those as well. We're all just a bunch of
Gengar's Den would be proud. Okay, Gengar's Den would be proud. That's all I have to say."
Oh, funny.
Yeah, so we have one more pack of Crown Zenith to open. We've got some bangers so far, honestly, like pretty good hits. Crown Zenith, not disappointing. I gotta get this Zacian in a sleeve too.
I would like to. So, can I call my shot right now? Can I be the Babe Ruth? Call my shot. I'm gonna call the Pikachu Secret Rare. That's what I want.
If you call that, we're gonna do it again. 3 more packs. We're gonna keep ripping. So if you call your shot, it's just a double or nothing, baby.
Double or nothing. Just keep calling it.
Hold on, let me make sure this doesn't have the Pikachu in it before I actually show it.
Is that a PK resale?
Yeah, no, that's the old card shop resale. There's not as much effort that went into this one. It's far less good. Okay. All right. No pack trick because I don't know what I'm doing here. We don't know what we're doing. That's the fun of this. Potion, the single most. Is that the card that they've printed the most? Let's go!
Fire! See, this is why we open it. We get the old Radiant
Charizard. Some 10-year-old is upset.
Wow, what 3 packs that was, huh?
Wow. Okay. Anything else in there? No, there's nothing else in there.
That just padded that giveaway pretty good.
Yeah, 3 packs, 3 hits. The Eevee too. Like I like the Eevee that was pulled out of the first hit. Like I'm not even joking. That's a good hit. Okay.
Retro says, question, is it possible to make money in Pokemon? Yeah, you just got to open Crown Zenith packs and pull Zards.
Yeah, just buy Crown Zenith at MSRP from the old card shop and pull fire. That's all you got to do. Yeah, exactly. You remember when people just wanted MSRP Pokemon? That's literally all they wanted was MSRP. And now,
when they wanted MSRP battle styles, that was what people wanted. That's what I built my channel around originally, was just talking about modern, and modern at the time was battle styles.
And what's the other thing that Lorcana? Have you seen the prices on Lorcana recently? They've gotten
130s for booster boxes. That's what I saw recently.
Yeah, so I said I would have bought at 150, and I didn't buy at 150 because I'm a broke boy around the holidays. And like I was worried that around the holidays, if it went to 150, it might go lower, and we're seeing it go even lower. For once, I'm glad I'm a broke boy. So I'm liking the Lorcana. I don't know. What do you think about it? Have you had a chance to dive into Lorcana? You've talked a little about it.
I haven't bought a single pack yet. I just kind of always miss my opportunities to get in for prices that I found reasonable. So I said, I'm just going to keep passing on it. I knew it would be a first to market play. I knew it would be, if you got it at a good price, you could make money off of it. But it just, I couldn't find that good price. So I just couldn't buy it. And I'm not about to go scalping, Walmarts and stuff for $6 a pack or whatever they're selling for.
Well, now they're $6 at Walmart, but you can get them for less if you just buy them online. So same situation the Pokemon's in, and it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing for Lorcana to go through these ebbs and flows. I feel much more confident about that price tanking with Lorcana than the price tanking with other games that maybe are in more dire straits right now.
So speaking of games that me and you both invested in, I guess you could call it, was Sorcery. I just sold my Sorcery. So in the last week, like my most recent eBay sale. So I sold that sealed case. I did it in person sale. And then I sold both of my pre-con decks recently and made a lot of money on all those.
Hey, shout out to Sorcery. You and me have been on that since the beginning, and I think you and I had
the product. We were talking about it.
Yeah,
we were
the only two Pokemon YouTubers who were. Yeah, I think Swami said something about it too, but I don't think he got to the Kickstarter. But yeah, that game, you and I both had the same intention for. I think you saw it as an opportunity. I don't think you ever saw it as like a long-term investment kind of piece. You probably feel the same way I do about it. It's got beautiful art. You love TCGs. I love dead TCGs. You love dead TCGs. But you and I both know that $1,000 booster box for something like that is insane. And so I'm so glad that you were able to make out well with that. I sold mine I sold half at 500. I immediately, when it hit 500, and I was like the first one on the market, I wanted to get out of it for half of it at 500 because it would be doubling or tripling what I paid. And I was like, yeah. And then I'll have half of it. And the other half I sold on the way up to 1,000. I sold 2 boxes at like 700 and then another 2 boxes at like 800. And then that was where I sold.
So I ended up reaching out to somebody on Instagram, Sneak Out. He's a store he's a big Whatnot ripper. He's a store in Brooklyn, and I drove to him in person with the case. Took forever to get there with traffic, took forever to get back. And he was doing mass openings of Sorcery Beta, which is the second one, and he was in the market for alpha, so I messaged him. Full market.
Yeah, baby.
I knew he was one of the few people like paying it, and like he was actively buying like eBay listings and stuff. And I was like, okay, we could do cash deal. Went to him, bunch of $100 bills in like an envelope for a full sealed case of Alpha, and I was just like done.
Yep.
I sold them that and one booster box of Evolving Skies. So
I love dealing with streamers. Say what you will about dealing with streamers, but dealing with streamers is typically so easy and quick and like painless, and they're usually used to doing it, so it's a very easy, smooth transaction. So, whenever I deal, like for example, the Power Keepers box, literally, we were setting up the deal. He was coming into town to fly in for something else in my area. We were going to do it at a Collecticon. He's like, hey, I'm coming to your area. You want to just meet me near the airport at a local game store or something? I went and met him. It was like 45 minutes away. He wire transferred the money, and it was just like boom, boom, bam, done. It was just super smooth.
It's nice. But yeah, I drove there in person because that was like one of my upsells to him. And he's like, I don't know, you're asking for like a lot of money and everything. I was like, you get it today. I mean,
and it's as good as legit as it could be too.
Yeah, and you get it in person. And I messaged them from my PK Instagram account. Like you can see my followers on Instagram, and then if you do a simple Google search of Knowledge, it's going to come up with, I'm not about to ruin my name over a couple grand. So, but no, that was nice, and that was part of the money that I told you that when I came into some cash, that was part of it. So, handed my wife like a bunch of money. She was happy. So
yeah, that's we're planning a wedding, and I'll be having to have thank you. Yes, we are. Yeah, that's gonna be the next year for me. If you don't see me at some Collecticons, if I do decide to take some time off from some of that traveling and stuff, or maybe I'm doing extra Collecticons because I have to pay for it. Maybe you'll see me doing more, but that's what our big plans are for the year. Is we're going to be actually having our wedding that we got engaged last year. Now we're going to actually do it. And that being said, I've been selling off some things, and I will be also trying to put some money into my fiance's hands for the wedding, just like you did with your wife, so that she's happy and we can have a great time. And it's so yeah, you might see me at more Collecticons than I might plan to, because I'm going to be paying for a wedding coming up here next year.
There you go. So I see Swami in the chat. When Swami gonna hop on? Once Swami hops on, I'll hop off. But Swami, I know you're out there.
Get in here, man. We miss you. I mean, it's been too long. We're not going to get to grace you with our presence at your house this next year because they canceled Denver Collecticon, which curses on that. But yeah, we got to get you on the podcast here. No, we have a new challenger though approaching.
Oh, do you? Okay, good. I'm glad I was able to stick around long enough just to get.
If there's anyone I can rely on, PK, it's you. I legitimately, and before you go, I have to give you a little bit of sincerity here. You are literally one of my best friends in the hobby, and I greatly appreciate you for what you do for the hobby in general, putting out great content, but also just for in general what you do for me as a friend in the hobby. So I want to thank you for being who you are, and thank you for coming on the channel, and also wish you and your family and your loved ones and everyone a Merry Christmas and everything like that. But legitimately, I really appreciate you and what you do. It means a lot to me. So thank you for that.
Real quick before I leave, Josh, I just want to show you, like, this is some of my video editor app. So this is like see if I could get it in focus. So this is a video I've been working on. Hold on, I'm through OBS, so it's going to take a little bit to just... So this is like a video compilation I've done of the channel. You can see, like, these are all clips and stuff. And if you can see, like, this is the line. It goes back. This is my original live. And then as you go over, you can see all these different people. Can you see this bottom row? They're like 3-second, 4-second clips. So I've been building this compilation, and you are in this thing so many times. Like, there you are. You kept coming on my channel, man. Like, I didn't realize how much you've been on this channel. So I started doing, like, you can see all the people there's Old Thrifty and stuff. So this is something I'm going to be doing soon. But yeah, so that's like a little backstage of what's gonna be coming up. Is that cool though?
I mean, absolutely. You never have to ask my permission to use my likeness on your channel, even if it's something silly and you're making fun of me. Please don't tell me. Just do it. My motto is ask. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, and that goes 100% with you. So,
Yeah,
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. And you know, I'm always willing to talk for way too long about any subject. So
yeah, no, I appreciate, man. And whoever's in the waiting list, sorry I kept talking. I just wanted to show you because you're highlighted a few times on that, and I didn't realize how much you came on until I started making that. And that video is going to come out in like, I've been working on that for months. I do like 30 minutes at a pop. It's going to come out in like a year from now. So
it's hard. It's really hard to like actually with a video like that to go through the old content, clip it, and then put it in it, and like because it's so much, especially with someone like you with such a depth of of content.
Yeah, so there's 60 clips in just making up that one video from 60 different lives through. Yeah. But hey guys, I appreciate you, Josh, so much, man. I love you, buddy. You're one of my best friends in this hobby, and I could talk to you live, or I could talk to you on the phone, or I could talk to you in person. You're just a great person to talk to. And for everybody in the chat, guys, make sure you hit that like button. If you are not subscribed to the Old Card Shop, I promise you are doing something wrong in this hobby. Hit the subscribe button. But for everybody else, I'll catch you guys on the next video.
All right, so we do have a last, but certainly not least, fantastic, perfect timing guest here, and it is none other than our good friend Colt peeked at you, the live goat, one of the live goats, I'd say. This guy, man, I've seen you in pretty much every single live stream that I've ever been a part of since I've been in the hobby. And I can't say thank you enough for everything that you've done, all the support you've given me. And I could say the same probably for other content creators. But Colt, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and most importantly, Happy Kwanzaa. How you doing today, man?
Dude, what an intro. How do I even follow that? Merry Christmas, dude. Thank you. I was running a little bit late there, and I don't normally wear this massive headset, but my audio is being weird. So hopefully I'm coming through clear for you.
Yeah, loud and clear from this side.
Cool. Well, Merry Christmas to you too, man. How's everything going? I was catching the live periodically. I'm sure you saw me in the chat, but I was trying to. I'm excited to watch back and see everybody who hopped on and hear the conversations.
Yeah, it's been. It's obviously it's first time I've ever done it, so I kind of went into it a little blind. I had an overall idea for how I wanted things to go, and I just I sent a mass text out, mass message to everyone. Said, hey, come in if you'd like. I didn't have a set roster, which I thought about, like, maybe I should try to be, like, really organized and be, like, a drill instructor and get everyone in here at a certain time. But then at the same time, I was like, it's the holidays, and people are going to be with their family. And it's like, I could just talk just in general. So why don't we just do it kind of live? So this is how it went. So I appreciate you dropping in, even though it's very last minute and not very well planned on my part.
It's all good, man.
Valuable time with me. So.
No, sometimes you got to go like full Bill O'Reilly. So it's completely okay. And I was laughing. I was kind of chatting in there, and Retro was like, in before peaks, like, did you see the Illustrator sell? And I'm like, how do you know me so well, man? So I think most of the things I talk about are pretty predictable. So it's nice to have something kind of off the cuff and like jumping in like this. So no, it's awesome.
Yeah, so what do you got planned? I know you got a big thing. You got a nice house down there in Texas. Are you going to be throwing or hosting a holiday party yourself, or are you going to be doing what most of the rest of our guests have and actually going to your parents or going to a family member's or someone else's house?
Sorry, I'm reading Ponga. If Peak mentions a trophy again, we all jump in. Sorry, guys. I will not. I'm going to do my best, at least. It probably will come up. But no, focusing on Christmas. Luckily, I am not hosting. We did host Thanksgiving here, which for anybody who doesn't know, we moved into a new place in July that we built. And that was kind of the goal, right, is to host family. But after Thanksgiving, I was like, I don't want to do Christmas at all. When you have like 8 people in your house, like for multiple days at a time, it's just like, can people just leave, stop drinking my coffee, like stop drinking my whiskey? And that was like basically what it turned into. So we will be traveling about 3 hours away to another part of Texas and using someone else's home, right? Like you do the extra dab of soap because it's not yours. Like you use extra paper towels. Like I can't wait. I can't wait to be wasteful, gluttonous. Going to be a good time.
Merry Christmas to whoever Peak's going and visiting. I just hope you appreciate him being there.
No, I've got a lot of like fun my other collectible hobby whiskey. I've got some fun bottles bringing for the in-laws, and we're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be fun.
That's something that you and I would probably be able to bond a lot on if we ever had time where I was like be able to drink and sit down and not have to drive or not have a big convention the next day. I think you and I would probably have fun, like not getting drunk, but like really enjoying and sipping on fine whiskeys and wines and tasting through like some really, really good quality liquors. So I don't drink to get drunk, but I do appreciate a fine liquor. And I know that for you, I'm sure you got some good ones around the holidays. So you have a specific whiskey you're bringing to bring over for Christmas or something aged or?
I do. I'm bringing High West, a Midnight Winter's Dram, which is going to be really great. It's a rye whiskey aged in port wine barrels, and it's like fantastic. It's probably the best Christmas pour ever.
Who's the maker?
High West out of
okay.
Utah. They're actually the only distillery in a ski resort, which is interesting. But they do 3 limited releases of it every year. So I got the last little batch from my little honey hole spot that I get all my stuff from. So I'll be bringing that. I'm pretty excited. I got 4 bottles of it. So
Jeez,
I gave
4 bottles.
Yeah, I just have friends that like it, so it makes the guy I buy it from. It's kind of like, if you went into like a card shop and you just kept buying like hundreds and hundreds and obviously up to thousands of dollars a year, and like if there's one big bottle that I want, I've got the leverage, so I'll be taking that out there. And having that. It's funny you mentioned too, like us sitting down. I would love that because I've got a couple of neighbors that I met in this neighborhood, and they're like, yeah, we like whiskey, like we've got stuff. I'm like, when are we doing a tasting? So we've got one plan that's coming up where we're all just gonna like sit around, drink whiskey. And what's funny is it's funny you said that, like you don't drink to get drunk. It's like I don't drink to get drunk, but I get drunk because I drink. Like that's the hard like double-edged sword with it, because my liver is my only limitation. I love to like taste a bunch of cool stuff. So
and that's what my limitation is too, is that I really don't like the feeling of being intoxicated. So that does, whenever I start feeling it, I kind of back off a little. So that typically is my limitation as well. But yeah, I'm a big Japanese whiskey lover. I know you're probably an American, like from everything I've heard you talk about bourbons and like the whiskeys and that I've heard mentioned, it's more American.
I like Nika from the barrel. Hibiki Harmony's great.
Yeah, and I mean they're so different than the American ones. I feel like there's so much less smoky and more like earthy. Almost, it is a different layer. It's a totally different process, and the water and everything. So, as someone from the wine industry, I totally appreciate whiskey, and I would love to one of these days. Well, at a CollectCon, we'll have to do a little whiskey tasting sometime, because also my fiance loves whiskey, so I know it's something she would be into as well. So if she's ever there, it would be an easy sell at a CollectCon. Be like, hey, honey, let's do a whiskey tasting with Peak.
It's a fun time because I love that, and there's 2 in Dallas now. I know you're not coming, but even though I've been tagging you in like the cheapest flights of all time to come
I
down.
was coming to Dallas. I was literally planning to, until literally the best local show I have in the Bay Area is the same weekend as CollectCon in Dallas.
Oh, gotcha.
And it's like I do more at most of these. The same local show, I've done it 2 times in the last 3 months. Each show I do more than a usual CollectCon in a big city or whatever.
Sure.
And so, like, for me to travel and like to do the whole weekend, that's the only reason. I wanted to go to Dallas, as long as it wasn't Fort Worth.
Yeah,
as long as
I don't blame you for that.
Proper Dallas, because like Fort Worth is very much so like Ford F-150, like used car vibes, like family.
You can say it, man. It's the armpit of DFW without
it's
without
like
a doubt.
The boots that they're walking in on, they're not shiny and white. They're like, they have mud on them, and they're work worn, and it's like the real blue collar community.
They've got PSA 1s. It makes perfect sense. So
yeah, and they're in for value and raw cards. Whereas the Dallas I went to for the Leon Hart pop-up shop that I was aware of was like, 10-gallon hats and like, big raised trucks and like, Tesla this and, the white, I don't know, just the most richy Texas stuff you can imagine. That's the Dallas I want to go to. So I was in for it.
There's definitely, an eclectic group. I would say you're pretty spot on. I mean, in traditional, and this is for anybody like watching, and the chat's like cracking me up with what they're saying right now. And I'll respond to a couple things that you guys are saying.
Apparently, this is something that Thrifty and Retro did not want to believe me on when we were in Fort Worth, but we ordered Italian food from a delivery place, and they had the audacity to get one of these fancy pizzas delivered from an Italian place. You know, the thin crust, fancy artisanal cream. You know, so by the time it got there, it was like floppy. It was like, you know, it was not a good situation.
It's like, I did not order this wet sandwich. What did they put in this box? Like, what is going on?
I warned them. I got a meatball sub. I was golden with my meatball sub. It was delicious.
You can't go wrong. Well, it's interesting too, because like, you know, for anybody looking at CollectCon, it's like Dallas. I mean, to be honest, I don't know like how they'll compare really, because I know that, you know, Dallas Fort Worth it's still technically one area. I mean, it's a little farther, but I think for CollectCon, most people will travel and just go to both. But it'll be interesting to see, like, I think Dallas proper. I was talking to somebody about this the other day or maybe it was in Discord or something, in Professor Oak's Discord and the Dallas channel, like people going back and forth, like, should we go? Should we not? And I think that Dallas will be a lot more of a vendors buying. And I think Fort Worth will be a lot more consumer buys, because a lot of the guys in Dallas, I know Trading Card World is based out of there. I know Ryan with Lord Rush Collectibles. I know he's got, you know, a place kind of in the more Dallas area, like North Dallas. I think it's gonna be a lot of those guys, a lot more buyout possibilities probably. And then Fort Worth will be more like consumer stuff. So if anybody's going, I mean, obviously not financial advice, but like I would definitely get the most liquid, like cheapest thing you're comfortable bringing for Fort Worth. And then when it comes to, you know, obviously Dallas, you can probably bring a little more high end stuff, because I think Ken Lee's in Dallas as well. So like there's some big pockets out there that'll go.
They're different vibes, man. They're so different for being in the same area and being within like a half an hour of each other and people mixing the two up. They are so different. I've been to
very
both.
much so. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm like right in I don't go to downtown Dallas. I don't enjoy it. Like, it's not really a city that, like, you know, like Denver, for example, you can go downtown Denver, walk around, like really have a good time. Like, I've never felt that way in downtown Dallas. It's dangerous. It's not really a place I want to be, like late at night drinking, especially. But the same is for Fort Worth. Fort Worth will be more like dive bars and places like that. So I think probably hotel lobbies are going to be really where people end up, like, and it's going to be a good time. I'm really excited that they did 2 dates this year. Or this upcoming year, and it'll be interesting. I did actually message Dan, so I was going to be vending the one in January, but now I've pulled that. I'm not going to actually be vending in January, but I will do my best to like make it there. And I don't really see an issue with it. It's just I have I travel for work literally the next week, so it's more like selling the wife on it. It's like, hey, I got to go do this, then I got to do that, but I think I'll be able to make it at least, you know, one of the days, probably for sure Saturday. But yeah, it should be a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even though we talk a little, I talk about Fort Worth and stuff and joke about it. I think that every Collecticon honestly has a lot to offer, because of something I heard Dan talking about in his live today, is that like we are the small 1% of the hobby who goes to all of the Collecticons and is like kind of tired of how many. Most of my general consumers, or the people that I see at shows, they're going to 1 day. They're not even going to 2 days, and they're not traveling to go to it. They're locals. So it's just one of those things that, like, I think that having more is good. It gives more opportunity for locals to go, and you never know who's going to walk in front of you. So you just kind of have to have an open mind and never sell it or say no, I guess. Or
right.
Yeah.
And we talk about, like, you know, obviously all the selling part, like even with this will be the first one I've gone to that I'm not going to vend. And I'm really just excited to obviously hang out with everybody and do all of that. And then I'll be a part of the trade nights. Obviously I'll have stuff with me, but I was just thinking, because I think with tables and cases, I think it came out to like right at like $400 or something like that. So my thought is like, you know, for someone who doesn't necessarily buy a ton of volume, and I've definitely slowed down this year because of the house build and like all of that, I'm just like, I kind of had to go back and forth. It's like a weird feeling of like, do I have to vend in order to go there? Like, because I want the early pass, but then what am I actually getting that for if I'm not going to be setting up a table? You know, it's kind of a weird thing. So I looked at inventory, was just like, you know what, this doesn't make sense. If I just sold everything, like everything I brought, I'd be like golden. But really, and I think you and I talked about this, like even the last Collecticons, like my whole strategy is like illiquid and what was it? It was like illiquid and 2 niche is really like everything that I have. So yeah, so this year will be interesting. It'll just be mainly trade nights, hanging out with everybody, seeing everybody. Hopefully I'll be able to do what I did last year and set up like another like lunch or like get together or whatever, like while everybody flies in. Because you came to that. I think you were a little bit later, but I think you did make that, which was awesome.
Yeah, and it was really, I mean, it's nice to be able to see everyone and everything, kind of, even if it was after the barbecue and just after the fact, it was still fun. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot in Texas, and I will be going back to Texas. Just maybe not this year for vending because it may not fit in my schedule, but I know I'll be going back to Texas to vend because as much as I say about it, I like Texas a lot for the fact that it's cheap to fly into. There's good food there. It's generally pretty cheap to stay, like as far as
Usually.
like cost. Yeah, not always. It just depends on the situation. But
I mean, they picked the Omni Hotel for the Dallas CollectCon, which is hilarious. It's like it's just the Omni, like across the street. It's like I haven't even priced rooms, but I guarantee you, a lot of people are going to be picking places like a little bit cheaper, to go to because they're going balls to the wall when it comes to that.
well, the Omni, that was where we stayed for the Leonhardt pop shop, I think, too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the exact hotel we stayed in for that one. I think it was partnered with it or something.
Yeah.
Because I remember that one in Dallas. So yeah,
It's a nice
it's a
hotel.
fancy. It's a really nice hotel, and I felt maybe that's why I felt that way about Dallas. Is that's my experience in Dallas is
Mhm.
staying at the Omni and going to the pop shop and seeing that level of like. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, and I'll be back in Texas. So you're definitely not going to see the end of me in Texas. So don't worry.
You think you'll make the second one
tasting
this summer?
I don't know. Maybe the summer. I'm not sure exactly when, but sometime.
I think it's in July, if I'm not mistaken. But
I don't.
it's
There's
like-
one in Houston too, but I'm not going to Houston.
I'm not going to Houston. Sorry, Basic. Like I know he's in San Antonio, but him and I've gone back and forth. That is like Houston is like almost tied with Oklahoma, where places like I can't stand going. I just like you cross the line.
But I agree with that.
Dude,
Yeah.
You cross the line, it's like your body just sighs. You're like, what am I doing to myself? Like, how did my choices lead me to entering into Oklahoma or Houston? Like, I'm just not. I'm not
There's
a
no
fan of that at all.
reason. Why? Well, you don't have to go. Like, and yet I live
Gamble.
there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting too with like Oklahoma because it's like adult video shop, vape shop, marijuana shop, casino, and
Is
tornadoes.
that Oklahoma these days?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
wow.
and tornadoes, and that's it.
So tornadoes is always a thing.
Yeah.
But there weren't vape shops. I don't remember it being like those other things. Or marijuana was definitely not okay back when I was there.
No, you were in jail for like a year or something for like the smallest things.
Just thinking about it. You said marijuana, go to jail.
Yeah. You thought about it? Like, no, you're coming with us. We're gonna minority report this and go from there.
When I came to California, like I thought that if I smelled marijuana, I was done. I was like, all right, put the handcuffs on me, cops.
Right.
I guess my future's over, but
They're like, this guy keeps walking at us like a zombie. Like, what's he doing?
yeah, I don't get it.
I'm laughing at one thing that Retro said. He goes, be fun. He goes, Pete, get your whiskey friends into cards. We need more whales. It's funny he says that because there's, obviously it comes up like occasionally in conversation. Normally it's my wife or like one of our good friends who's a neighbor as well, who's like, ask him about his Pokemon stuff. And it's just really funny to have those conversations with guys who collect whiskey and like collect like craft beer and stuff like that. It's like, because the worlds are very similar.
They're similar but different because they have to drink theirs at a certain point. It's still something they're consuming. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit different.
To an extent, the whiskey, not really, because that you can just leave in the bottle. And just
I
call
guess
it.
that's true. I'm thinking wine, like fine wine. You do have to eventually. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually the whiskey stuff is funny because it's like I was talking to my neighbor a few days ago, and he was in the raffle. He was like doing razzle and raffle groups. So like like 10 spots, like $5 a spot or whatever, just like win different stuff. And I was like, dude, just think about like whiskey, but it's Pokemon cards instead. I was like, that's the exact same thing. And it's funny how the market, like that market specifically, they complain about the stores like holding stuff back and like backdooring it, or they didn't get enough supply, or like these guys have the phone numbers of like the distribution guys driving the truck. They're like, I know it's here. And they're like, no, we don't know. But like, it's just funny. I remember calling back to it on some lives, whatever, the 2020, 2021 boom, like people were, the adults were like moving kids out of the way, just like, dump trucking cards into their carts or whatever. I would say, and people were like, this isn't fair. Like they should never do this. I was like, dude, this is literally like every collectible you can buy at a store. Like that's just what it is. And yeah, so it's funny he says that. I was like, because they've asked me, it's more out of curiosity and shock that people are spending the kind of money they are. And I've shown them like some of the, sorry, Ponga, trophy cards that have sold recently. And I showed, I think I texted actually recently the 397s that sold. I was like, hey, just like bought these or whatever, like just said it as a joke, and they were like, "What? How did you take this out on your house? Like, what are you?" And I was like, "Dude, I'm joking." I was like, "I'm just showing you this because like there's so much money that goes into this hobby. It's just insane."
Collectors are a totally different breed, and it's always interesting to see the collectors come out of all the different like areas, because like I used to sell alcohol, right? I used to sell fine wine, and so I sold to a lot of people like you're talking about who actually collected fine wine, whiskeys, and other things, and so that whole world I'm very familiar with, which is maybe why I was able to slide into like the card world so easily. It's just it's a very like it's a horizontal move, really.
It's a different product, but very similar markets, very similar communities, because there's toxic, there's really good people you can get friends with. And instead of like sharing alcohol, you're like trading cards instead, or you're buying and selling from each other. Like it's just a very like, and that was the thing, is I went from those type of groups and community and like had like almost like a, well, not a business network, but unofficial business network of people. I had trade partners in multiple states. Like we would ship stuff. I mean, it was a real like operation that we had going. And then obviously demand dies down. You don't really see any profit from it. And I'm like, oh, I'll just buy this when I see it. But then at that time, it was like cards were taking off. So I was like, oh, wow, like this is cool. Now I have everything I liked about this hobby, but also nostalgia. And I was like, I'm jumping all into this. And obviously all the community, I mean, you've been always great. I think you were one of the, if not the first, like within the first 3 people, or you might have been the first person ever had me on YouTube, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
We met at the Leonhardt Pop Shop, and you were my first, you and Basic Trainer were my first trainer spotlight I ever did. You're the only one that's ever been a joint trainer spotlight, because back then I did not have it fleshed out. I was just like, I'll just do a podcast where I have people on and talk. And I since decided that I think during that talk, I wanted to talk to both of you individually, and it was like interrupting my
Basic
flow.
and I talk like crazy, so like we're like the last people to have on a podcast.
Well, we ended up having a really good talk, but it was just like a market talk, and I wanted it to be about peak or about basic, and so that's what I think you guys were my first one, and I never did another one with multiple trainers because I wanted to really focus. So you helped me kind of hammer that in, which is really nice. So
was someone who's like interviewed 2 people at once, like multiple times, like it's very hard. It's like such a difficult thing to juggle, especially like when you're pairing people up, because you don't want to get someone who talks like constantly and then someone who doesn't. You're like guilty as charged, because it's like, you know, when you start doing that, you have to get your questions right. You have to remember the questions. You have to remember the answers, like, and play off of those. And it's difficult. But yeah, you were you might have been the very first channel I ever came on, dude. Now that I think about it, that's so crazy. Now after like however many years it's been, it's like I was just
3+
like in YouTube
years,
chat.
I think it's been. Yeah,
that's so crazy to even think about, honestly, because I think it actually makes sense, because I looked at I think my oldest PSA sub that I did was sometime in 2020. I think October of 2020, actually. So yeah, it's been a little over 3 years since I've actually like dipped my toe into all of this. And yeah, I think I remember us talking, and you were like, I think Basic and I both were just in the chat, like all the YouTube lives, like we just ingested it constantly, always had stuff to say.
Yeah.
And then you were like, hey, you want to come on? And I was like, man, this is cool. Like I really like this, and being able to speak versus just having to type everything out. And for anybody who sees me in chat, like I'm always misspelling stuff because YouTube doesn't autocorrect it. So they're just like, what did this guy say? And I can't edit my comments. So it's like, all right, well, I guess I'll just sound like a jackass like in whatever I'm typing, but it's nice to do it verbally.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a great podcast, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to interview you guys, because like I was a really small channel back then, and so like it was just nice to be able to have like friends to talk to, and you both were at the same event as me, so it was a really good way for us to be able to do it and kind of break into the space without it being too difficult. So like if anyone's listening and you're thinking about doing a podcast, or you're thinking about starting a Pokemon channel or something, it's that easy. You just go and it's that easy. You just have to do it. You know, it's a grind. It takes a long time. I've done it 3+ years, and I'm still not in PokeRev status, but you know, we're grinding our way there.
None of us will.
3 more years, and you know, for sure I'll be there. So
yeah. Well, it's one thing too, like with people, because I've talked to people who like they want to upload to YouTube, or they don't want to, or they go back and forth, or like even if they wanted to do like podcasting or whatever. And even what I've like done on YouTube, I wouldn't even necessarily even call it a podcast, because I don't even like putting a title on it, because that means I got to keep doing it. So I'm just like, I just like have live chat conversations or whatever. Collector Showcase was cool. But it was one of those things where I tried to say it's like episodes, so therefore it wasn't an ongoing like when is the next episode, when I wanted to have an actual conclusion and finale to it. But I guess my, just since you brought it up, like if anybody does do that, I would say just have a purpose behind it. Don't just talk to talk. I mean, you can, like, I'm not going to tell you to not do that.
If you have a purpose, yeah.
It'll feel less, you'll be able to go through it for longer. Like you won't burn out, because if you're just having people on and talking, you're like, so what's going on? It's like, no, first off, that's excruciating to watch. And then second off, like your guest or whoever you have on, they're just like, I mean, we could have just had a phone call. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I've done that when I'm watching content. It's like, and it's sort of being to an extent like selective of why you want to talk to certain people. I mean, like you said, you saw me and Basic at the Leon Hart pop-up shop. We've talked in chats. We have DM'd each other, a good amount of times. So it was like, okay, there's some rapport there. There's some reason I want to talk to these people. And even whenever I was like, whenever I have anybody on lives and stuff, it's like, oh, this thing is happening. I really wish I could see this person on a live. They never go on a live. And that really is like almost my core thing. It's like, for example, like Pokemon Classics, I saw him in the chat earlier. Like I've had him on a few times on live streams on my channel, because he doesn't go live. He makes some of the best videos, if not the best videos out of anybody in this content space, but he's never in live videos. So I'm like, I want to have this guy on. I want to hear what he has to say, So stuff like that, just kind of having a reason behind like who you're talking to, why you're talking to them. What do you think like the audience or whoever is watching your stuff, even if it's like 10 people, what are they going to get out of this, So that's kind of the way I've always thought about it.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the beauty of content, is it can kind of come out in so many different ways. And when you do see those different expressions come out, you get some pretty unique stuff. So I'm excited to hear and see all the new content creators that come out, because there have been some new ones popping off that have been kind of growing.
Pokemon Wonder's great. Bierski.
Yeah.
Bierski is
Wonder
great.
is my favorite new one, because he's come out this last year, and I think he's just a knockout, like amazing interviewer. So
completely agree.
He's been a really good one. But there's a lot of others too,
I like Bierski's stuff too. I think it's like Beer Hour or something. I can't remember what he calls it, but
it's Beer Clock with Bierski.
Beer Clock, that's right. Yeah.
I really like his too. Yeah.
I like the casualness. I like, there's points to it. He keeps the conversation going. I don't know. That's the thing is like, and shout out to Dan Catch 'em All Collectibles as well. I think everybody shouts him out at some point in any live, but he's one of those guys too, like very similar to myself, and I'm sure you as well, is like, no matter how small or large the channel, like if there's content being put out, we're always engaging in it. So like, don't think too, like, because if someone has like a super tiny channel, I mean, I've only got, I don't know, like 470 subscribers and I barely upload. So like, it doesn't matter. Like even when I had like 50 subscribers, like it was really fun to be able to go in and go, holy crap, I've got 8 people watching this. Like, this is awesome. This is like a room full of friends. You know what I mean? So that's something that's like, it's nice to see people, no matter how large or small they are in this space, still engaging with that sort of content, because everybody kind of has a chance. And if you got a take on something, like you don't have to be, like you said, a PokeRev or like a Leonhardt or somebody for people to pay attention. Like if you've got some cool stuff to say and like some interesting new things to say, like I want to hear it. Like the hobby wants to hear it.
Yeah. And honestly, I think that's a pretty good place to kind of start winding down the stream.
Yeah.
But if you have any like last minute, I'm going to ask you to just say happy holidays or something. So if I end up making a clip of this, I can kind of include that clip in. But if you have any other last minute things you want to maybe shield the new collector showcase you're going to possibly be doing next year, if you have any possible plans for that, you can do that, or anything else you want to shill, feel free. But make sure you include a happy holidays in your shill. So go ahead.
Absolutely. I would like to shill Cardboard Hands. I think it's one of the best podcasts ever in the space. It's always fun. Mr. Old Card Shop in retrospect. It's a great one to enjoy. And you guys have probably, I would compare your dynamic, not saying it's the same, but like Coffee Talk with Dave Perzin and Dan DJ Gigabyte. They're total opposites. That is you and retro, and like the dynamic is so entertaining to watch, and you guys giving each other crap is always a good time. But that's what I would show. For myself, yeah, Collector Showcase, I would love to get it going this upcoming year. There are plans for it. There's steps I've taken, but no dates, nothing like that. I still go back and forth. I think you and I even spoke about that like recently, where I was just like, I don't know, like how I'm going to go about doing it, but there's some stuff in the works. But overall, nothing really to plug too much. I just want to say, hobby's great. Happy holidays, everybody. Thank you, Josh. You're an amazing part of this entire space, and it's great. I love this stream, man. Thank you so much for doing this, and thanks for letting me come on. I know it was like, what are you, 4 hours in? This is like a mini basic trader stream, so I appreciate you powering through.
Hey, it's been a ton of fun, to be honest. This is I didn't know how it was gonna go, and besides our one little hiccup in the middle that I'll edit out, I think it went amazing. So I appreciate you coming on and giving your time, donating that. But before you go, I want to ask you one last thing because we have to finish off the mystery pack here. And
Okay.
just a little something. I still have some Fusion Strike and I have some Chilling Rain packs left over. So I'm going to round it off with another Fusion and another Chilling Rain, depending on which one you choose. But if you had to choose between those two sets, I think those two sets are the most comparable. And the Sword and Shield block, like pitting them against each other's. You can kind of say an argument for either. But which one do you think I should put into the mystery pack to add a little more spice?
Chilling Pain.
Chilling Pain, okay, because I think Wonder he had us add the Fusion Strike, so having the Chilling Pain is actually good. Then
let's do it.
Get a little balance action. Good. All right. Well, cool.
Ponga, can you put an illustrator into the giveaway? Yeah, man. I actually got this really great deal. Ken Golden called me and he gave me a fantastic price, dude. It was the best.
Half price at only 5 or 6 times the last sold listing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And Ponga, you're to blame because you brought this up. But yeah, that is the most marketing move I've ever seen in my life. And I know we're ending the stream, so I won't go into it. But yeah, that's ridiculous.
Thank you for everything, for being on. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, and I'm sure that I will see you in probably Basic Trainer's live stream, his 24-hour one, but maybe
I'll be there. I don't know what hour that's going to be, but yeah, I'll be in there. I've got 24 to pick from, so I'll definitely pop
right. That's what I figure. I'm going to try to go for one of the ones that's less popular, so I can round out one of the like late night hours, so we can get really weird with the conversations, So that'll be fun, but. Thank you, Peak. I'm going to describe how you can win the giveaway, so don't go quite yet. If you haven't already left a comment or done whatever you need to do, just listen right up next. So thanks again,
Happy
Peak.
Holidays, guys. Thank you.
Happy holidays, man. And with that being said, that was a fantastic stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. 4 hours went by a lot quicker than I was expecting it to. I didn't think it was going to go this long, but I'm glad it did. So I hope you guys had as good of time as I did. But to get into the giveaway, I have a big stack of just random booster packs from the Sword and Shield era and, others. There's some sleeved, there's like slabs, there's potential gradable gold mines in there in the form of that. There's some bulk. There's some pulls we got from Crown Zenith, some Charizard, and I keep on showing the sleeve. But if you want to win all of that, and not to forget, the Beanie Baby pack too. If you want to win it all you've got to do is comment down below. Any comment at all. Subscribe, like, just comment. I mean, I would really like it if you subscribed and liked the video as well. It means a lot to me. But really, for me to choose you, you're going to have to comment. And then if you are chosen, I hope you're subscribed because then I'm going to check, but I can't check before the giveaway. But anyway, comment down below, whatever you want. Just leave a comment. I appreciate you guys watching. It means the world to me that you spend your time with me on this channel year in, year out. This is 3 years on YouTube now. Hopefully someday we'll get to 1 million subscribers, but I greatly appreciate the ones that have been here since the beginning, and those who are new subscribers, thank you. I appreciate you as well. You're in for a treat. We're going to be doing a bunch of upgrades on the channel, so like, comment, subscribe. I will pick a winner before the new year, or right after the new year, sort of around the new year time, then announce it in a video shortly after that. So we'll send that out to one lucky winner, and thank you for everyone who came on. I probably can't put everyone's link down in the description like I should. Maybe we'll go back and try to do so with people I can. But if I don't, just go look up all these fantastic content creators. They've all been on the channel, and you'll be in for some great content. So with that being said, Happy New Year. I appreciate every one of you. Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. If I'm forgetting a holiday that happens around the holidays, then, happy whatever that is. But thank you guys for being here, and we'll see you on the next one.